A very warm and indeed green-fingered welcome to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, a positively inclined Doctor Who commentary podcast in which I, Toby Hadoke, ask a special guest to choose a story and their favourite things about it, and I have to guess what those favourite things are as I commentate along.
Hello, Toby Hadoke. I'm recording for you some things about a Doctor Who story called The Seeds of Doom, starring Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen. My name's Chris Chapman, and I make documentaries for the Doctor Who range, for the Blu-ray collections at the moment, and the DVDs before that. And of course, you know me because you've had the misfortune of being directed by me on lots of different, I think 7 different films, haven't you? From Looking for Peter, Living with Levine, Hadoke versus Havoc, A Weekend with Waterhouse, the Doctor Who Cookbook Revisited, Looking for Lenny, things like that. Who's Doctor Who Revisited? You know, we've had lots of fun. And you've asked me to give you some reasons why I like each episode of a particular story. And The Seeds of Doom was one of the first Doctor Who VHSs I got my hands on. I think it must have come out on video in about 94, didn't it? It was slightly after the anniversary. And I was in a phase where I guess I would have been 13, 14, watching it on video. I used to get up at 6 a.m. And watch my Doctor Who videos before school, because it was the only time I could access the only telly in our house without siblings getting in the way or family. So I would get up at 6 a.m. and watch a couple of episodes every day. And I remember the thing I loved about Doctor Who most at that point was how scary it could be. And even as a teenager, I remember being freaked out by this family show that had an edge, that had a darker kind of nightmarish side. And I loved the cliffhangers and I loved the body horror. And I've always been obsessed with that kind of Cronenberg-y kind of body horror. And maybe Doctor Who's best example of that is The Seeds of Doom, or at least the example I enjoy the most. And I won't say it's a perfect story. We can talk about some of the flaws, but I love it. And I don't think that will ever go away. And of course, if you haven't seen it, this is the story of a crinoid pod, don't touch pod, could be dangerous, which is unearthed in the icy wastes. And a bit like, I guess, the original, they would have thought it was like the Howard Hawks movie, The Thing from Another World, based on the book Who Goes There, isn't it? Which would have been a 50s movie about an Antarctic base and an alien involved in that. And of course, we know it more as John Carpenter's The Thing from 82, after Seeds of Doom. But you have the first 2 episodes of a pod being unearthed. The Doctor is involved with the World Ecology Bureau for some reason, and he gets dispatched with Sarah to see about this pod. But the pod germinates and infects one of the scientists, and that scientist turns into a kind of green-fingered, awful plant man and starts killing other people. But Harrison Chase, played by Tony Beckley, obsessed with green things back in England, decides that he wants this pod for himself. Luckily, there are 2 pods. One gets blown up. The other one he wants for himself, and he sends his mercenaries Scorby and Keeler to get it back, and the Doctor has to stop it getting into his hands from the Arctic back to his mansion back in England. And that's the 6 episodes. So I think I understand the rules of this game. I shall give you, for each episode, the things I love best, or the thing, I guess, I love best about each episode. I wrote this down, so I'll try and make sure I get it right.
Well, hello, everybody. That was Chris Chapman giving quite a long introduction. Hello, Chris. He's such a lovely fellow, and yes, he has directed some of the finest documentaries in the Doctor Who range, and also some with me in them. He really does. Well, I mean, all of the Doctor Who DVDs have benefited from some very good people making good documentaries on a tiny budget. And Chris, I remember when Chris joined the team, me seeing him as this sort of frightening newcomer, because I was used by the existing team, and various people were going off to do other things, and I saw this guy come in, who Dan Hall was using a lot. I thought, well, that's the end of me then, because I don't know this guy. He's not going to use me, but he met me for a cup of tea in Leicester Square, and I ended up working with him, and have actually probably worked with him more than anybody else. And he makes very good programs. He always makes them look really, really good, as excellent production values, as well as telling good stories. And he's jolly nice and good to work with. And he's chosen The Seeds of Doom, which I will confess is a story I absolutely love. I love the book. I love it now as much as I ever did. We'll talk through maybe the journey I had through discovering it on video, and that reconciling that with the target novel. But it's one that's pretty much been up there for me, and I think continues to be. Even though it's an unusual Doctor Who story in many ways. But I love it. Cards on the table, I love it. So this should be a fairly straightforward happy time and place for me. So I have it lined up. The Seeds of Doom Part 1. If you'd like to accompany me and Chris Chapman on our journey to the Antarctic. And I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1... So, yes, I remember reading the target novel of this at school. I remember at that point I didn't realise Philip Hinchcliffe had been a producer of Doctor Who. He was just one of the target novelists. Although I got the sense that he was younger, I don't know why, than the original bunch, the Terence Dickses and Jerry Davises and Malcolm Hulks, who'd written, and the David Whittakers, who'd written the earlier batch. But anyway, and so I got this one fairly early when I started to collect, after I'd done a load of the black and whites. And I remember being really disappointed with this shot. I don't know why. It just looked slightly false to me. I think it's because it's sort of stock footage that's got computer snow whacked over it. And I remember a crushing sense of, oh no, don't say this one's going to let me down too. Because of course I'd imagined a movie. I'd imagined, indeed, as Chris mentioned, The Thing there, which is a film that I'd seen before seeing this. I hadn't seen it when I read the book. So, I imagined it looking like that. I'm, of course, reconciled now to Doctor Who not looking like it looks in my imagination. And that opening shot is fine. I think the computery stuff... Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. And this stuff looks great. I mean, this is... apart from the false beard that poor old Michael McSty has to wear... And Hubert Reese has got one as well, haven't they? In those, nowadays, I'm sure you would grow a beard. There would be time, and I like that with the ice still on the crinoid pod. But yes, these false beards, you can tell they are, particularly this Michael McSty's Mobilis. It's a bit flappy. You'd grow them now, but anyway. I remember loving, when I started reading the book, loving these characters. It's sad coming into it now, knowing that they'll be short-lived, because here, as we see, they, you've got no idea that the whole 6 parts won't be set here. And this is a great opening. Doctor Who in the Antarctic. I get the impression that these guys know each other. They've got a good rapport. This is so Michael McSty here. He's still about. He's on the commentary for this, actually. And John Gleeson in the middle, the one who hasn't had a false beard bestowed upon him. He's been in Genesis of the Daleks. He is the son of Leon Quartermain, the famous Leon Quartermain. So he's really, I think, called John Quartermain, John Gleeson. I have a letter from him, actually, that I've never published. I wrote to him during COVID. I tried to get him for Who's Round, and he left a message for me on Doctor Who's birthday, but he didn't leave his number, and his number didn't show up on my phone, so I couldn't follow it up, and I sort of let it dangle, and then it never happened. So I wrote to him during COVID because I've lost track of a few people. I thought, no, I need to get him here. So anyway, he wrote me a nice letter. And Hubert Reese, the third actor, I think is a lovely, lovely actor. He's Captain Ransom in the War Games. He's also in Fury from the Deep as the chief engineer. I love the way he does that. It's alive, and he looks like he's gonna become the sort of villain of the piece. I mean, he does a mistaken thing, but he becomes quite heroic. But he's got the sort of gleam of the zealous scientist, but also the fear, the way he says, that's it, it's alive. I love the way he does that. I also adore the way that Tom Baker is immediately in this story. I don't care why he's helping the World Ecology Bureau. We don't need, to see the Brigadier or anybody else saying go and do this and blah 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 blah. There he is on the desk, obtuse, sticking his hobnail boots, playing with a yo-yo, his hat sort of plonked on his head, again in a sort of slightly obtuse kind of way, and an excellent foil in Kenneth Gilbert, who I think it's one of those parts that an actor can't really show off doing, and the part benefits an actor not showing off. So actually, I think what Kenneth Gilbert does is Dunbar is actually more valuable than a lot of the more obvious showy performances in this, because the acting in this I think is pretty much 100% on point for the whole thing. But I do particularly like Kenneth Gilbert because I think he does a good job with a harder part. I love that Tom Baker, the Doctor, has his toothbrush. I believe Tom Baker used to sort of wander around with a toothbrush in his pocket. And I remember Dunbar being a character in the book I wasn't that particularly bothered about. Then you immediately see him, and he's got a real presence, and he was a good, strong, solid actor, Kenneth Gilbert. The lighting in these scenes is marvellous. You've got the fact that it's under the ultraviolet lamp, and of course this is, it's been growing because they're scientists and they're curious, that scientists in an Arctic outpost has become a sci-fi thing. The X-Files did one, didn't it, in its first season, and this is Doctor Who's go at that, and I love it for it. It's a great sci-fi thing. We have found this object, this piece of vegetation. What is it? And this lovely haunting music from Geoffrey Bergen, who did lots of stuff for the Royal Shakespeare Company, didn't he? As well as sort of film and TV scores, and an excellent high quality musician. Douglas Camfield directing, the lights are off or the lights are down, but it's the attention to detail given to every character that makes even a scene like this, which is just basically, the pod is getting a bit bigger, but everybody's got a little bit of character, everybody's got a little bit of intensity and steel, and it means that there's antagonism even within the exposition, which I like, and this is beautiful. This is quite Avengers-y, isn't it? Harrison Chase with his butler, and as I say, I've sort of seen it claimed that this isn't really a Doctor Who story, and I can maybe get on board with that. But the whole beauty of Doctor Who is that it has stories that can move away from the template that's been established because it is a flexible format, and Harrison Chase is beautifully introduced with this wonderful dialogue about bonsai being the shrinking of shrubs and trees. I don't know what I imagined Harrison Chase would be like. I was from the book, but I don't think it was quite like this. And Tony Beckley is really interesting casting. In fact, I just read a review of this that Mark Braxton did on the Radio Times website, and he sort of postulates a backstory for Harrison Chase that Robert Banks Stewart might have enjoyed composing about how he was brought up sort of in the East End and sort of cultivated himself, because you have that slight trace of Cockney from Tony Beckley, and he played lots of sort of Cockney type villains, and I was really won over by that idea that Mark Braxton put in his review, which sort of goes off tangent a little bit. And I think Harrison Chase is a glorious villain with his leather gloves. Of course, the animals have to suffer, not the plants. And again, this is sort of beautifully set up. The dialogue is very good. The performers are very good. Again, Kenneth Gilbert is absolutely solid, and it's what you need against Tony Beckley, who's beautifully intense. The only bit that slightly jars for me is this bit of paper that Dunbar produces, because it's not a map, but he just say X marks the spot. So what is it? Is it a map reference maybe, and X marks the spot is just a colloquialism? It just seems. What is it? It's an envelope. It is an envelope with a bit of paper, isn't it? It just doesn't seem quite right to me. I don't know why. Because that's definitely not a map. It's just a piece of air. It's just a piece of blank A4. But I love that forethought and initiative, and all that stuff about your bureau is concerned with the blue whale and the natterjack. That's all lovely, lovely stuff. And the set establishes, Chase in this wonderful big Gothic house, and all that marvelous lush plant life behind him, which I have to say I've got a cheese plant over there that I bought because it was supposed to be low maintenance and you could have it inside, and it's really struggling. Wonderful John Challis as Scorby, and Scorby is exactly as I imagined him in the book. Keeler, who they've just mentioned, is not, which is going to be very much worth talking about. But Scorby, before, when I read the book, I didn't even know who John Challis was, who's well known to us now, of course, for being Boise in Only Fools and Horses, a comedy character, but he's an excellent heavy. He's also excellent in Douglas Camfield's Beaugest. Douglas Camfield was very good at casting hard men actors, although John Challis actually considered himself much more of a sort of light comedian, but he had that sort of look that lent itself to sort of henchman, and he's great in this. That's an excellent effect of the tendril coming out and grabbing Winlet by the arm, and that's that's pretty much it dialogue wise for John Gleeson, who I think was in a car accident when he was it him that was in a car accident, or was it Michael McSty? One of them had a car accident. Kenneth Gilbert got chicken pox, but they still managed to make it all work. And yeah, he's already started to go green. That's a nice little makeup job. And you think he's dead there, but of course he's not. And Michael Barrington here is the governor in Porridge, so it's cast to the hilt, right all the way down the line. And he's a type. He's a sort of stuffy civil servant type. There's still an edge to everybody. Camfield makes sure that if there's a bit of sort of piss and vinegar to every sort of interaction. That's an excellent model shot of the base and the helicopter. That's really high quality stuff. It's a shame that the snow is obviously put on afterwards, but considering this is a low budget mid-70s piece of television, I think it's a great achievement. Tom Baker is on wonderful form in this story. This is the first time we've seen Sarah, isn't it? The young doctor's assistant. Isn't that nice? And I like the fact that the doctor can just sort of wander in and not have to wear anything, and actually not have to do what Elizabeth Sladen is doing wonderfully, which is that I've got freezing cold fingers acting. But I like the way Tom Baker waves at the helicopter there. They've just got an eye on, selling the illusion, even though they've not been anywhere near the model, and there's no sort of wind or anything to suggest a helicopter. They're just, continuing to sell the illusion. I think the lighting here from the single bulb and the sort of crampedness and then the blocking of this with Baker looming, and I'm not here to discuss the weather. There's a sick man, it's all but Elizabeth Sladen's sucking her fingers, and I totally buy that she's got sort of really cold chilblains. Baker looked mournful and doom laden. He's so good at bringing the temperature down, if you'll excuse the pun, and on all of this writing about he should be dead, and that the infection's spreading so quickly. But look at Baker's mournful countenance. He's really selling And and I had this on a Super Channel. This is how I first watched it. It had been recorded for me off Super Channel. So that was after. I don't think that's going to be Mr. Stevenson. That's where the adverts came in.
So you say you just found this pod lying there empty?
Yes, and Charles in that.
Yeah, and I do like Sarah's hat and scarf, but she really, she sells the illusion that she's come in from the freezing cold. The actors had to do that sort of thing all of the time to remind the audience of time and place. But Baker's Camfield's so good at shooting this stuff to make it seem like the danger is creeping in, and it's something about not only the intensity of the performances that he gets out of people, but just his sort of framing and the feel, and the lighting helps as well. And it's I think it's a commitment to realism. It's a commitment to the drama of the piece, and it's in the DNA of this story. No, he's half. But this was another thing that sort of knocked me sideways when I first saw it. Is it hasn't happened yet. And again, just I like little things like, I'm a zoologist. People have their real lives outside of this, and this becomes important. But even the way that Tom Baker says pod, and as I say that there's a real. He's really imparting how terrible this is, and of course it's another nice extra little piece of drama that Stevenson, who is pretty much their main ally for these first two episodes. He's introduced as the guy that gets a bit, look, this is our pod. I'm not having some weirdo from the government nicking this, but the Doctor gets to tell him that he's responsible for the destruction of all life on the planet because he's fed the crinoid with light. It's beautiful, and it just means that, as I say, every interaction there are consequences. There's drama. This is lovely. Just this nice little bit where he says to his friend, we're doing everything we can. It's just. It's sort of human and it's believable, but I mean this story has hit the ground running, and we know these people, and we feel a bit for Charles because he's obviously friends of Moberly here. Paul Cornell, I'm sure, put a character called Derek Moberly in an episode of Casualty, who I think then came back. So I think there's a semi-recurring. Well, it's only in a couple of episodes, but in the TV series Casualty, there's a character called Derek Moberly, and I'm sure it was Paul Cornell who did that. I think so. And again, we're straight to the nub of the story, which is great. Is that because of Doctor Who's knowledge? I even love the way he moves his hat up with his ice pick. I mean, he just does everything so brilliantly. And it's the sort of casual way he saunters, but it's not glib at all because he has such presence and such deportment that he's never undermining it, but he has a casual power about him. But all this stuff about they travel in pairs like policemen, but again, we don't need to worry about why the Doctor knows this, because the Doctor knows loads of stuff. Now, if the Doctor knows loads of stuff that gives us the answer, that's bad drama, because it's just like, well, that came out of nowhere, and just because the Doctor is a Time Lord. But the fact, but to get the story going, the Doctor knows what the crinoid is, and that they come in pairs. So we've got the other pod, so that then we've got the second piece of the drama that's going to open the story out a bit later. Again, it's just done with such economy. It's using the strengths of the series very, very intelligently. Which means we can, get much more interesting things going on than the sort of boring establishing of the law or whatever. And this is, as I say, this is a. Well, I'll get to it now, because he says crinoid shortly, and I, for years, thought, when I read the book, I thought it was called a crinoid. So it immediately sort of knocked me off my stride of enjoying the story, because it sounded wrong to me. Now, this is all great. All this stuff about schizophytes and plant bacteria, just the way that this dialogue is done, makes it very believable. Tom Baker has obviously decided he's been a bit mournful throughout, so he suddenly gets that gleam, and that pretty, he's pretty unpleasant, the Fourth Doctor, sometimes. He's more fascinated by the idea that the blood's turning into vegetable soup than he is worried about Winlet at that moment, but that's him being sort of disconcertingly alien. And otherwise the Doctor has been a bit sort of stern for quite a while. And the stuff about the freezer, that's nicely done. The dialogue that it explains why they've got a freezer, it helps to make sense of it for the audience, but it's interesting dialogue too. He's just said about the crinoid now, so the Doctor knows this stuff, which is great. And I love this because it's the adding of the music to the to the explanation of what the monster is, and it's quite nice that the Doctor doesn't actually know, but they don't really, they just know enough about it that it's this thing that probably wanders through space and affects people, and that's all that you need to know. And it stops the Doctor being a total know-all. He doesn't know the answer, and the Doctor knowing the answer wouldn't help the story, and all this stuff about positing the idea that it's because it's got turbulence on the planet's surface is sort of guesswork, and that's sort of I'm thinking, and it shows that he's not he's not a know-it-all. Compare that to the stuff in the the Scandi Mirror Frog Chair episode from more recent too, where Jodie Whittaker has about 3 pages of dialogue explaining what the monster is that may as well be blah-de 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 blah, name of monster, blah-de 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 blah, and it takes ages, and it's not very dramatic, and it doesn't really help with the story either. Whereas the explanation there has mood, and it has character, and it has drama within it. I think it's really artfully very, very well done. And this is great because the Doctor is very single-minded and focused here. That he fatally doesn't pay attention to the 2 interlopers because he's got no need to think that they're bad guys. Keeler in the book is cannon fodder from the beginning. He's the slightly weak-willed scientist. In this story, I think he's a really interesting and good character because, again, you could easily forgive a bad performance as Keeler because he'd be not very likeable, a bit weak-willed, and the guy that you knew was going to die. Mark Jones does so much more with it, but we will come to that because we've got plenty of time to spend with him. I love the Doctor's behaviour here. I mean, it's really hard for a Doctor to be this unlikable, where he's spiky with Mobley here, and then, you're going to be the one, and he always does it with a smile. You're going to be the one that's going to chop his arm off, and he then doesn't give the answer. He says, "You must help yourself and make selves," and it's Sarah that has to give the answer. But that's great because that empowers her. The Doctor's willful mysteriousness, rather than giving the answer, he leaves it to Sarah to do. But that makes Sarah. This is an A positive scene for Sarah here. She's being the driver here, and she's worked out that you're the one, Mobley. Mobley is dead by the end of this episode, but this is a really important scene for him, where the pressure is put on this minor character in the whole, the landscape of the whole of the story. And actually, that's a really nice note for the Doctor at the end to say, "You're a good man," But that whole scene is about piling pressure on this guy that we barely know, and yet we feel his dilemma. The way that the dialogue is written, that each of the characters gets something to contribute to give to him, and what that then does to him. I think that's a wonderful scene where this guy, who's literally within seconds is now going to die, has that terrible pressure put upon him and rises to the challenge. That's the Doctor's thing about people when the stuff hits the fan, do what is brave. That's what inspires us when it's Doctor Who as a kid, seeing people being brave in the sight of danger, and then we have this cliffhanger, which I'm sadly, I think for me is possibly the weakest moment of the story, because he dies too quickly. He's sort of dead by the time he hits the floor, but he's barely been throttled, and that and the combination of the false beard and I don't like his red jacket either. It's odd. It's a final moment that doesn't quite that doesn't quite do it, which is a shame, because it's otherwise I think it's pretty much perfect. It's a wonderful piece of Doctor Who, and I know Chris enjoys this. I think we've spoken more recently via WhatsApp about stuff, and I said I was about to do this, and he said he thinks the first 2 episodes are perhaps his favourite bits of Who, and I do love that. I mean, I don't think they put a foot wrong there. I think it's really terrific. This is my sort of go-to. I remember watching this with the snow outside and a log fire. This is a Sunday afternoon, winter Sunday afternoon story to me, and I had it on a Scotch tape. The Claws of Axos 1 to 4, Seeds of Doom 1 to 3, and then on the other Scotch tape I had Seeds of Doom 4 to 6 and the Time Warrior 1 to 4. Now, I'd asked for Frontier in Space in the middle. I'd wanted them all to be Pertwee. And then I'd had a separate tape where I wanted the Seeds of Doom all on its own. But the guy who did them for me had done them in a different order. I guess he did what was to hand. So I was always slightly annoyed that I'd got a Tom Baker sandwiched in between some John Pertwees. I didn't like mixing my Doctors. I really enjoy that. Oh, there's so much that is good about that. I think Tom Baker is on such good form. I think it's a brilliant performance of his. The way that he does everything that I love about his Doctor, from that, what Rob Sherman describes in Running Through Corridors at one point about his quiet danger, but that sort of universal mournfulness that he has, but also that, hobnail booted insolence with which he sort of glides through. But then also that, the way that he stands there in the cold. He's like Olympian almost, but Olympian, dressed in almost an anti-godlike way. He's so good, and Elizabeth Sladen is so good. It's a top-notch cast. I think it's a perfect cast. I think everybody's great. Everybody. I mean, I've not mentioned Hubert Rees enough. I think he does a brilliant job as Stevenson. He's got that sort of quiet intensity about him. Douglas Camfield's direction is gorgeous. The sets are excellent. The outside work and of the snow is really good. I think my favourite bit about my favourite thing about that. I mean, I'm tempted to say Tom Baker, because it's so easy sometimes, I think, to take the Doctor for granted. But I think everything that I think is great about, and I love the establishing stuff with Harrison Chase as well. I love that establishing scene with him and Dunbar. I love the way that the story gets into itself at such a pace, such a lick. But I think I'm going to choose the scene because it doesn't need to be there, and it encapsulates everything that I think is great about this era of the show. Is that you have a scene where a character who's not long for this world has a big dramatic moment, and everybody's dialogue contributes to that. The director's got the atmosphere ratcheted up, all the actors are doing well, and the script is excellent. And that's the scene where they make Moberly realise that he's going to be the one to amputate someone's arm. This is children's television at tea time, and we're talking about and of course they don't get to it, they never get to do it, but the idea is these things are so bad, we're going to have to chop somebody's arm off in the Antarctic. I just think everything about that is so brilliantly judged, and it's got such a wonderful atmosphere. So I'm going to choose the scene where they tell Moberly that he's going to have to amputate his friend's arm, but and partially because of Sarah's role in it as well, and the Doctor's the Doctor's behaviour in it. It's all great, but I could have chosen anything, really. I think it's an episode, as I say, that doesn't really put a foot wrong. I do like Doctor Who. What has Chris Chapman chosen about part 1 of The Seeds of Doom?
So I guess, I don't know, I was like, do I have to pick something obscure so it's not the same thing that you pick, or should I just pick from the heart? So I tried to just pick from the heart and to give you the things I really like. And I think certainly in episode 1, I think, and I do love the first 2 episodes probably more than the rest of the story in this case. I think those are my very favorite, and I love the atmosphere. I tell you, my second favorite thing about episode 1 is, we always talk about how good Douglas Camfield is, and he's a genius in this. And this is kind of, this plus Zygons ending up in the same season. I know they weren't meant that way, but ending up in the same season for me is kind of the height of Camfield. And what I love about Camfield's direction here is actually, it's one of the few Doctor Who stories where the indoor recording, the video recording inside on the sets, is better than the outdoor recording. That's partly because they did the outdoors on video, so it doesn't have that usual film grainy single camera kind of quality. But presumably they still shot at single camera because the outside stuff that they do with the quarry dressed in fake snow isn't great. But I would say that the indoor studio direction is some of probably the best studio direction in classic Doctor Who. If you watch episode 1 and the way that Camfield uses close-ups in that Arctic base, it is stunning, and it feels like a movie. When you watch, like, without being mean, when you watch some maybe kind of early 80s Who, the studio stuff can feel quite stagey, and like there are lots of people in each shot and they're kind of lining up sometimes. And Camfield makes it really cinematic, and there's a real atmosphere to the lighting, and a real love of getting really in close on those terrified faces in episode 1, which I love. And I'd put it up there with, say, I've always loved Michael Bryant's direction of the studio stuff in The Green Death. If you watch that, he's moving his camera in a far more inventive way than what we're used to on these things. And but Seeds of Doom, Camfield's direction, that's my second favorite thing about episode 1. But my favorite thing is how alien the Doctor is. And this is kind of, I guess it's taking that side of Tom's performance that we've already seen in Pyramids of Mars. I'm not from Earth. I walk in I'm a Time Lord. I walk in eternity, and that kind of aloof, distant quality. And I think it's never better than in Seeds of Doom episode 1. So my number one thing is Tom's Doctor in episode 1. Tom's alien performance, combination of Tom and direction and Robert Banks Stewart's script. But particularly for me, that scene when the Doctor and Sarah come into the base for the first time, when the scientist brings them in, and it's him and Sarah in the foreground, and the Doctor that kind of towers over them behind him in the shadows, and they're all making niceties, and he's just kind of completely ashen faced and get on with it. And we talk about that sense of the Doctor saying, you must help yourselves, and not wanting to get involved with amputating arms and so on. But him being grumpy, he says at that point, I haven't come 10,000 miles to discuss the weather. And I can go back to Tom's performance in Seeds of Doom episode 1 again and again. And he's great in Zygon's one as well, actually, with Camfield. But I might say that that kind of involved but not involved, a hint of that kind of godlike thing that we're used to in the modern series. But there's a darkness, and there's a compassion, and there's an alienness to Tom in episode 1 of the Seeds of Doom, which I adore. And so Tom is my thing for episode 1.
Oh, I was so close. I was going to say the Doctor, but people don't normally say the Doctor, so I didn't. So near yet so far. But I like that it's because he does have moments of compassion. If he was just dark, it wouldn't work. And he takes it about as dark as you can go. But there's always the hint of a sort of mercurial inquisitiveness and joyous in discovery about him that's beneath the surface of that. But Tom Baker dares to be dark and difficult and dangerous. And to me, growing up, Doctor Who was great fun. He was a great fun character. But maybe I didn't pick up, or maybe it didn't matter to me that there's so many moments where this Doctor is sort of mournful and has the weight of the universe on him. And I think that's the genius of Tom Baker. I think it's perhaps because he looks so sort of wild in his... and yet it's a wild outfit that doesn't look wild on him, because he is big enough to carry off, and not just physically, but his presence is big enough to carry off the scarf and the hat and the long coat and not look awkward. It looks like, he carries it off. He carries it off. And it is a really good performance from Tom Baker in that episode. And that's what, my choice had elements of that within it. But I was nearly there, Chris, but I don't get the point for that. And it's a magnificent episode, and Tom Baker is on towering form. And yes, he is similar in Zygons, and that has that similar intensity, that sort of, and it's the music as well. And Camfield has it dripping with atmosphere. And whatever he says to his actors, he gets them to contribute so much to this universal atmosphere that his stories have. And I think particularly, in these two Bakers, in so much of his stuff, but it's certainly, I'm thinking of the two Bakers because I'm watching one of them. Really good. Oh, well, I was going to go to bed, but I think I'm going to watch another episode of The Seeds of Doom because, they do come in pairs, like policemen. Evening all. Well, welcome back to Happy Times and Places. I, as you heard, have invited Chris Chapman, who makes some splendid Doctor Who DVD and Blu-ray extras, and is a lovely, jolly chap, is Chris. And he has chosen The Seeds of Doom, which is a personal favourite of mine. So it's no chore to watch this and choose some of my favourite things about it. So I don't know if you're ready, but I hope you are. And we are going to press play in 3, 2, 1. And the received wisdom when this story was going about was that, was that this, this is that very Robert Holmesy thing. I know he didn't write this of having a 4-parter with a 2-parter attached. So the drama shifts after part 4 and goes somewhere else. Whereas actually the shift is these first 2 parts are sort of like a prequel, and you could dispense with the Antarctic stuff if you wanted to, but I think it would be a lesser story without it. It comes to quite a shocking conclusion that all of this stuff that's been so well established, you don't see, beyond the end of this episode. And the first of those characters we've met, Mobley, is now dead, and it's just nice little touches that Camfield does. Look at that, they're looking straight at the camera. I think a Primord occasionally looks at the camera in Inferno, and I think that's quite daring because the Primords are the best looking Doctor Who monsters. But that's just a lovely sort of chilling moment, and this having John Challis here as Scorby, having a villain who could be from the Sweeney as a kid watching Doctor Who, and often the villains in Doctor Who are quite theatrical and quite plummy, and there's and when there are working class or regional characters, they're quite often, sort of West Country cliches or whatever. It's not very often you get working class is often an indication of sort of comic relief or simplicity, which is, partially to do with the way that television was at the time and the way that characters were used in drama. So it's not just something appropriate to Doctor Who. I love the way that he does that line, Mark Jones, where he says, "I want to know exactly what you're planning." Written down, I want to know exactly what you're planning, but he decides to make it the beginning of a list, and and that gets interrupted, which is just such a clever and interesting little acting choice. And I love the way that when Scorby here starts to tell him his plan, he's credulous at first. He's going, "Oh, okay, I'm listening to what you're doing." Okay, he's very sincere and he's very straight. Mark Jones as Keeler is one of the great unsung, I would say probably the most undersung performance in the whole of classic Who. It's a character that on paper would be snivelling, could be slightly annoying. I think Mark Jones is brilliant. He constantly makes the character more interesting than he needs to be, and I also buy him as somebody that's not particularly robust. That's a great the triple cut. Instead of being a zoom onto the dead Mobley, the fact that it cuts that way is somehow more shocking. And Sarah is so capable. There's no. She's not snivelling here. She can. She's seen death and she can take it, which is again much more interesting. And this is great, isn't it? This is fantastic. Again, Jeffrey Bergen's music, which is so atmospheric and spare, all that sort of fluting stuff. I'd love to have had more music from him. And I remember when the DVD came out, I think he died the week that the DVD of this came out. So it was nice that he's actually on the commentary. And I know that Mark Jones was ill. Oh, this is brilliant. The grotesque parody of the human form. That is wonderful stuff. And all that stuff, we must destroy what he has become, which is done as a voiceover over the shadow of the mutating beast. Oh, it's judged so well. It makes it dramatic. This is atmospheric, high quality sci-fi drama. I love the fact that Doctor Who is suitable for children, and it's family friendly, and it's often cozy and fun. But I also love it when it really decides to go, no, we're full on high drama, proper grown up sci-fi, despite the fact we're on a low budget in a kid's slot. Absolutely wonderful. And yes, and of course now you don't really need to have Harrison Chase in this episode, but you have to have him because he's the main baddie. So this isn't really telling us anything we don't need to know, but you've got the light there because they're standing in front of a fire. You've got Dunbar's conscience starting to prick. You're showing how ruthless Harrison Chase is, and he's sort of wonderfully impassive, isn't he? Policemen are few and far between in Antarctica. I'd never considered Harrison Chase when I was young as being at the camp, but he is a bit camp, isn't he? But it works. It works, and I love that. I always take care of my employees. He's talking to a high-ranking officer of state here, but he's just like, you're just a grubby little criminal like anybody else. And this set is wonderful, and the lighting is terrific. And this is brilliant because they sort of go, let's attempt to give Dunbar a little bit of character motivation here. He's going, I've seen time-serving non-entities promoted in my place. And Chase goes, yes, it must be terribly galling. It's just like, yeah, I suppose we had to, the script's always saying we had to give you a reason, but we don't really care. And he's so wonderfully disdainful of it. You want money and I want that pod. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so good. And this is an Axon painted green, but it works. Ironically, I had this on the same VHS tape as I had the Claws of Axos. So I had every contribution of this particular costume to Doctor Who. It's this is nice laying the seeds for what's going to happen at the end of the episode. You've got the generator over there. I don't like this at all because it's so destructive. Don't touch that, it's valuable. And he smashes it. He's so good, John Challis. He was a nice man too. And you know, quite happy to talk about Doctor Who. And he ended up living in not far from the town I grew up in. So when I interviewed him for my Who's Round, it was when I'd gone to visit my mum. Bless him, John Challis, and he died last year. He'd been poorly, but was still engaging and doing things. And I think he went quite quickly, which is very sad. He doesn't always flick the switch on the radio in time with the static, but I'll forgive him. And I love all of this interaction with Keeler being a bit nervous and him shoving him away. And what I actually like about this is that he doesn't convince the guy at the other end, so thinks, oh no, never mind, I'll knacker it anyway. That's much better than a sort of, I'll pretend to be the person that I'm not, and they'll buy it. And now it's night time as well, so it's all dark. So you've got the Antarctic and you've got night time. I think this stuff all really works. It's interesting because Chris has just said at episode 1 he doesn't think the outside stuff's done especially well. I think I would prefer it to be on film, just because I think film looks better. But actually, I don't think it particularly harms the Seeds of Doom, because Douglas Camfield is such a good director, and even things like the little prop of the pod is excellent. But this is great storytelling. The fact that they come in pairs means that we can have an initial outbreak that gets to, as we see, bipedal man size, and then gets blown up at the end of the episode, which means that then when we get the next one, we have that again, and then it escalates. Winlet no longer, as a man, no longer exists. So he's really detached and alien. I like it. And yeah, Hubert Rees here, lovely Welsh actor. He's so delightful as Captain Ransom in the War Games, and he's good as the chief engineer in Fury from the Deep. But I love the Doctor's sort of impatient. He's got this whirring cogs of intelligence zooming around much faster than our brains can ever do, and you get the impression that he's got to the conclusion that's far too dangerous for us to contemplate, and he's already there, so he hasn't really got time to explain it to us, and he's already sort of weighing up the consequences of the end of the world. He hasn't got the time, and doesn't want to impart that to the sort of slow humans who he is compassionate for on a vast scale. And he obviously, we're quite his favourite species, but also, we are frustratingly slow on the uptake and don't know as much as him, and I rather like that. And this stuff's great. And Keeler react. In fact, they both react. Even Scorby, who's obviously, something, we need the impression that he's used to death. That's the man who, I know, I like that. Just that Keeler's reaction to seeing a dead body is quite realistic. He's not reacting like somebody in a drama who sees a dead body, where these things are, normal human beings see death so infrequently. It's a pretty horrendous thing, but quite often in drama people sort of take it in their stride, and I like just that little moment of him going, hang on, that's the guy that let us in, which says so much. And I love this scene. I love Tom Baker's kind of, he's not undermining the danger, although he kind of is, but it's just like, oh God, these guys who are, playing completely straight, and so they are obviously dangerous. The Doctor is, being, trying to puncture the sense of danger with his sense of humour, but also that sort of exhalation he does when the gun is pulled on him from behind is a kind of, oh God, this is a petty squabble compared to what's going on. Whatever these guys want, whether it's money or whatever it is nothing compared to what I'm going to have to deal with, but I'm going to have to deal with this. And he never underestimates, the reason he's, keeping this bubbling under the way that he is, because he's obviously slightly, he's slightly chewing there. He does it, it's like he's got something, some gristle in his mouth to sort of show this is a tough situation. But he's mindful of the fact that if he pushes this too far, Sarah will be in danger. And it's a tightrope that he walks, Tom Baker. But by God, he's good at it, because he could play it like this, and actually, it would ruin the hard work of these other two actors if the petty criminal nature of what Scorby and Keeler are doing compared to the worldwide threat of the crinoid. If the Doctor was too glib about it, we wouldn't take them seriously. But everybody's working so hard that it doesn't ever underestimate that. And this stuff is, you totally buy Scorby, and I love the way that Sarah joins in there with the house that Jack built, that even though she's terrified, she can afford that little moment where she bonds with the Doctor verbally, because you can sort of have it's sort of gallows humour, isn't it? And the way that Keeler is in the background here being a bit nervous, and I love the way the Doctor talks to Scorby like he's a bit of a simpleton. He patronises them almost like children. And that's great. The alien life form, he delivers it like it's a joke. But John Challis, who is well known in this country as Boise, the second-hand car salesman, I think Challis is absolutely believable as this. As I say, he's like a villain from the Sweeney. And I like that Stevenson has so many good moments in this. Where he's only a sort of fussy little scientist, but he's got the sort of hero role. Although he makes an utter balls up here, where he says they haven't got the second pod, have they, or whatever. Nobody can help that. We need it, I suppose. If it's a mistake, it's not a mistake of the actor. It's a mistake of the script, really, that they make him giving it away so obvious, but the actors sort of smooth it over, especially Tom Baker, who is immediately pissed off with him and then contemptuous of Scorby, and then the real intensity here of the guns. And I like the fact that Stevenson, again, who is a sort of minor character to an extent, he could have been the one that went, oh, all right, it's in the freezer, but no, they let him have his little moment of heroism, and it's when Scorby threatens Sarah. And actually, there are certain villains in Doctor Who probably would spare Sarah, or would be. You would think, well, they're never going to shoot the female character in the face, whereas you absolutely believe that Scorby will, and that's it's pretty horrible. And I love the way that Mark Jones holds the gun here, and the way that the Doctor says, "You're all right with us, we won't hurt you." Oh, it's all really, really good. And I like this interaction that these two have as well, where they actually have quite a reasonable conversation. I totally believe this interaction, and it has Stevenson supplying Scorby with some information that he really, really needs. It's been said that this is not like a Doctor Who. In fact, I'm sure I've read somewhere somebody saying, if you like the Seeds of Doom, you're not a proper Doctor Who fan. Well, okay, then, thanks for that. What a lofty position to take. How dare anybody say it to anybody? You're not a proper Doctor Who fan if you like a particular Doctor Who story. And also, why would anybody care what another Doctor Who fan likes or doesn't like about Doctor Who? That's suggesting that there's a certain way to be a Doctor Who fan, and any other way is completely unacceptable. Oh, get it, the sea. All right, I'm not a proper Doctor Who fan then, despite anything I might have done to prove to the contrary. I love the Seeds of Doom, although yes, it is. It does fit slightly uneasily into the canon, into the way that it does a certain number of things. But the Doctor Who at its best presents us with stories that are fresh. Yet comfortable, Doctor Who I'm trying to write a podcast now about how we deal with change as Doctor Who fans, because we like it the way that it is, but also celebrate the fact that it's very, very different. So change is very difficult to deal with, and I think we like it when it's familiar yet different. And this is familiar in a lot of the ways of the Hinchcliffe stuff. It has that commitment to sort of realism and what Hinchcliffe calls muscular storytelling, yet it does have an Avengers-ish quality about it, with particularly Harrison Chase, the sort of plant-loving baddie. But he is contrasted with the fact that his sidekick is a genuine heavy from a sort of gangster film, and completely plausible. Top work from John Challis, which but then his snivelling sidekick. So I love the way Keeler does it, and Tom Baker's Scorby there. He's absolutely furious. And that's the beauty of the Doctor and Sarah's thing, is that the Doctor can afford to be sort of glib and powerful and almost untouchable as he is in places, because his vulnerability is the fact that that he doesn't want anything bad to happen to Sarah, and that's the undercurrent of danger that he's watchful of. It's almost like he's watching out of the corner of his eye as he's improvising with his obtuse, glib sense of humour, and his sort of underlying gutsy sort of element of physical threat that he has, that he's just always watchful that he's got his vulnerable friend, who is not some simpering idiot. She proves herself to be capable, but she's also going to be the one that is picked on by the pushy men. I love all of this. She knows to try and appeal to Keeler, and he sort of desperately wants to help, but he sort of knows that he hasn't got it in him, and that is so sad, that he probably imagines being terribly brave, but he can't do it. And again, those characters are so often annoying, simpering, weak, often actually quite badly played because they're hard to play well. Mark Jones, now I think John Challis is good, but I'm not surprised by John Challis, because it's a well-written part. Those parts are a staple of drama that are often done very well because we've got actors that can pull it off. But that's of no criticism of John Challis at all. I think he's excellent, and I love the way he goes Arnold and pushes him. That's so real. That's such a lovely touch. But I think Mark Jones has a really tough job, and on paper, I don't think Keeler has nearly as much about him as Mark Jones gives to him. It really is one of the best performances in all of Doctor Who, not just because it's good, but because of what it could have been. I think these two work brilliantly. And I love this fight scene. I love the fact that he tries to do a punch, and it's deliberately a terrible. It's deliberately a bad punch, but it's not comedically a bad punch. He doesn't act it as though it's a bad punch, and then he can't even face her. And is it earlier that he ties them up and he says sorry, which I think is so sweet. And Scorby is just so harsh and cold. I think it's brilliant. And Stevenson looks like he's going to be their main ally for this story. He's setting up to be the story's heroic sidekick, but actually I think he's just had his last piece of dialogue, hasn't he? And I remember being quite surprised when I read the episode guide that this, the blowing up of the base was the cliffhanger. Oh no, he's still got a couple of lines. So Stevenson, having looked like he was in it for the duration, he gets killed off. Some stock footage of an aeroplane there. But the fact that the cliffhanger is the base blowing up is not just that. Is the Doctor and Sarah been caught up in that? Because we kind of know they haven't really, but it sort of brings this this part of the story to a close, and we like the fact. I like the fact that we know Stevenson's dead, but the Doctor doesn't. So actually, the reason they put themselves in danger at the end of the episode is to go and save a man who's already dead. And I suppose, as far as the Doctor is concerned, Stevenson might have survived the crinoid. He got blown up. But this is. She acts so well, doesn't she? Even that, my hands are in pain because I've been tied up. But this is fantastic, and that's the end of crinoid number 1. And I think that's that quarry dressed as the Antarctic is really, really well done, actually. And because you can't see the joins really, and there we go. Wonderful model. So much better than CGI. I love that. Look at that. Each little spark. Oh, what a fantastic 2 episodes of Doctor Who. And look at this. Single caption credits for everyone, which on my video that I had would shrink because it was Super Channel, and I was so cross that Satellite Channel shrunk the credits, and now everybody does it. I mean, I remember seeing it on satellite channels and thinking, oh, well, at least, proper terrestrial television doesn't do that because it's hugely disrespectful. And now everywhere does it, and the world is a much worse place as a result. Jeffrey Bergen, superb. Richard Conway was a superb special effects guy. I was reading about him today in an article by Sarah Polly about working with Terry Gilliam. And Richard Conway apologised to her about some of the things she was put through on Baron Munchausen. It's I didn't expect him to turn up in the article, and it's a really interesting article. I think it's a part of her autobiography that they've put a bit of in the Guardian. And in fact, I saw it tweeted by Chris Chapman, who is our guest. So it all ties up. That's not why I mentioned it. But anyway, what's my favourite thing about episode 2? Well, look, I have to. I mean, the cast is uniformly good, but I have to single out Mark Jones just because he's not talked about enough. I think it's a brilliant performance for all the things that I said, and it was the biggest surprise for me. I think as I say, John Challis was exactly as I imagined he would be, and often Doctor Who failed to live up to my imagination. So that's, as I say, that's not to criticise Challis, who is brilliant, and he fits it like a glove, and he's absolutely perfect. But Mark Jones was such a surprise that of all the characters to make an impact, he would have been the last, I thought. Or maybe Dunbar as well, and Kenneth Gilbert's brilliant as well. But so I think. I mean, but I love that scene. Turnaround Doctor facing this way. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. He had perfect pitch. What happened to him? Oh, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Oh, he died. All of that. I mean, that's a wonderful scene. I love that scene. And the Doctor's reaction to Scorpio, and it's a bloke with a gun. And yet that doesn't downplay the drama at all. It's so well judged. It's on a it's pin sharp. It's pin sharp. But I think I have to, and partially because I think I this is one I don't want to be chosen, so I can't choose it. I remember it happened with Seeds of Death. I put Fewsham off for too long, that then when Fewsham got chosen, I then couldn't choose Fewsham, and I felt like I'd let Fewsham down. And Terry Scully, I don't want to let Mark Jones down. I never had the pleasure. As I say, he was poorly when they were doing the DVD. I wasn't involved in the DVD, actually. I was doing commentaries at that point, but they didn't need me for that when they didn't have moderators on Tom Baker commentaries. So it's a shame because I love the Seeds of Doom. It's not a shame. I could say that about any story, but I'm lucky to have been involved in as many as I was. But Seeds of Doom is this is one of my 10 out of 10s. This is my, this is some days this might even be my favourite story. Anyway, so I'll choose Mark Jones as Arnold Keeler, but also but within that, all that sort of Scorby and Keeler stuff, that can I say within that the scene with the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, but Keeler doesn't really do anything in that. But the fight as well, the fight is so good. That pathetic little punch, the Arnold and the shove. But I'm going to see it. Mark Jones as Arnold Keeler, just because he does something special with with a part that could be anything but. But there's so much in that I love. It's such a good episode of Doctor Who. What's Chris chosen?
Episode 2 of the Seeds of Doom, episode 2, which is still set on the snowy base, and things are getting worse because there's a crinoid on the loose, and I'm sure, like a lot of people, I'm a big fan of the crinoid costume, which is a reuse of the Axon costume from Claws of Axos, but modified quite heavily. I think it works so well as a kind of mutated man figure silhouette. It's so perfect, and admittedly, I think a nicer fit than when the crinoid gets bigger at the end of that. And again, I wanted to pick a moment that I love in episode 2, and again, I think the lovely thing about Ep 2 is that there's a real danger and an edge to episode 2. A lot of that comes from John Challis, and I think you might pick John Challis here, because I know you have a love for the British character actor, and as well you should. And Challis comes into a story playing Scorby, where it could be fairly silly, and Banks Stewart has a wonderful turn of phrase, but also there were kind of fun, campy, Avengers-esque elements to the Seeds of Doom. But Scorby walks through it like a real. Well, he's a mercenary, and he says he's been in the Middle East and Africa, and he's tough, and he feels like he's injecting real danger into this potentially daft story, and he's a real threat to the Doctor. But I'm not going to pick John Challis or Scorby himself. For episode 2, I'm going to pick a particular moment, which always makes me cry, and might be one of my favourite moments in Doctor Who, and kind of sums up something very special, I think, about the Doctor's relationship with other people and relationship with his companions, and particularly his relationship with Sarah Jane Smith, who he loves. And that is the scene when Tom and Liz and the scientist that I've completely forgotten, but who's also the chief from Fury from the Deep, you'll know him straight away. But when the three of them are tied up in the base, and Scorby wants answers, and you've got a great performance from Challis, but he first of all threatens. He has a gun, which feels very real in Doctor Who, to have just a handgun and point it point blank at people. But he wants information from the Doctor, so he points the gun at the Doctor's head, and that's not going to work. And the Doctor just kind of shrugs at that. And then in just one camera move, where the camera kind of drifts with the gun between these heads, Scorby moves the gun to the head of the scientist. And again, the Doctor doesn't give in, which is brutal in a way, because the scientist, it seems like a lovely guy that they've made a connection with. The Doctor's prepared to let Scorby essentially kill this guy, which is that alien quality, I think. And then you can see what Scorby's thinking and how he's working it out, because he knows that when he moves his gun to Sarah Jane Smith's head, that this is checkmate for the Doctor, because you get this lovely moment where Sarah Jane and Liz playing her. Sarah Jane's trying to be brave, and kind of initially just sits there with a gun next to her, held up against her head, and then she turns quite upset to the Doctor. I think just not sure herself if he will let it happen, and the Doctor, of course, cracks and gives in and tells Scorby everything he needs to know. And there's something about the Doctor being put in that position of his best friend having a gun to her head, and of course he won't let that happen. But the way that they both play it, Tom and Liz, is so beautiful, and so it just makes me cry every time I watch it. And I think part of that is that the danger's been properly instilled in the story, and we really believe that Scorby means it, and that he would do it. But seeing that Sarah being brave, the Doctor ultimately, there's no way that he can let his friend die like that. So I find that incredibly moving. So that's my favorite bit of episode 2.
Good choice. And yes, it is wonderful. It's funny, I hadn't interpreted, the gun at Stevenson's head being the Doctor going, "Oh, it's all right, you can shoot him." I interpreted that as a hero moment for Stevenson going, "I'm not going to tell you what I know because I'll sacrifice myself." But I hadn't thought of the dimension of it being the Doctor, because then it's the Doctor who cracks when the gun is pointed at Sarah. So yeah, the two blokes will get a bullet, but threaten Sarah, and that's what makes the Doctor crack. That's very interesting, and it is, as he says, a pistol to the face is pretty grim, and there's a sort of way that Chalice handles the gun like a professional as well, in contrast to the way that Mark Jones holds his at arm's length. That again really sells it. It's really strong pair of episodes. Could you tell I like this story? I hope you do too. So that's brought an end to everything that's going on in the Antarctic, and the story will continue for another 4 episodes, and it will continue to be a rather splendid piece. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to my. Well, it's not a green cathedral. It's a grey hut. No, it's not quite a hut, but certainly no cathedral. And it's not grey. It's elephant's breath, because my house is festooned in farrow and ball, because I was rather taken. Because we're terribly middle class, and elephant's breath basically means light grey. But it did mean that I then wrote a play for Radio 4 where somebody was doing their house up, and they had, what was it? Peacock's Yawn and Angry Hedge. I had quite a lot of fun making up the names. But a name for a paint could be Green Cathedral. I like that. After Harrison Chase's vertiginous abode. Right. Hello, it's Toby Hadoke here. That's Chris Chapman, producer and director extraordinaire of things like Country File, but also important things like Doctor Who DVD extras, including Looking for Peter and the Doctor Who Cookbook Revisited, and Looking for, that one hasn't been announced yet, and The Making of, that one hasn't been announced yet. So there's certainly a couple I know about that are in the can, and I'm in there with them. So I'm sorry. You aren't getting rid of me that easily. Obviously, Chris only has one presenter's phone number on his phone, and so that means you're lumbered with me. But you've come here by choice, so you've only got yourselves to blame as we watch the next instalment of our classic Doctor Who story. Not necessarily a typical Doctor Who story. As I say, there are people who think it's a bit Avengers-y. Some people who say you can't be a proper Doctor Who fan if it's your favourite story. You can be a proper Doctor Who fan however you want. I do jokes about saying, you may think you're a Doctor Who fan, but if you don't know who directed Creature from the Pit, you're just someone with a telly. But that's sort of turning the tables on my own ridiculousness. Whereas if you say, because somebody's taste is different from mine, they're not a proper Doctor Who fan, then I think you're an oaf. I don't care enough. But anyway, it amuses me. So listen, enjoy Doctor Who however you want, and I hope you enjoy The Seeds of Death, like what I do. So, no, The Seeds of Death. You see, I'm not a proper Doctor Who fan. I can't even tell my dooms from my deaths. That'll teach me to settle minor irks that have been prompted by things I've vaguely heard a stranger's written once. Anyway, The Seeds of Doom, episode 3. I am on BritBox, although I had to... but by the way, note to the makers of BritBox, if somebody largely watches Doctor Who, don't then make them really look for it next time they come onto BritBox. I ain't going to be watching Grange Hill. I'm sorry. Although I do quite like the episode where the Castellan gets punched by Bullet Baxter. Anyway, No disrespect. I think Grange Hill is wonderful, but I come to BritBox for my Hoofix, even though I've got them all on DVD and in some cases Blu-ray as well. Anyway, let us get on with the only thing that's holding us up is me. Why am I doing such a long prologue? I've no idea. It's the Seeds of Death. No, the Seeds of Doom. Oh, God. Oh, dear. I think obviously my brain has been frozen in the Antarctic or Arctic. And we're going to press whatever it is you press in just so we can fail to sync up the episodes in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, so yes, this is beautiful. And I had this on a Scotch VHS tape after Claws of Axos, and this was the last episode on the tape because you only had 7, and then I would have to swap the tape over, and then it was episodes 4 to 6, and then the Time Warrior. But they were all very good quality. I think they'd all Seeds had come from Super Channel, but the Pertwees had come from ABC Australia. But they were very, very good quality. I was very lucky with these particular stories in my bootlegging days. We start with a brilliant model shot. I was sad that is it Richard Conway who does the special effects, whose death went sort of largely unremarked. He was actually just mentioned recently in an article by Sarah Polly, an excellent article about her experiences of working on Baron Munchausen as a youngster, and the danger she felt she'd been put in by Terry Gilliam, and the fact that she worked with Richard Conway on a film many years later, and he sort of came up to her with tears in his eyes and apologised. He comes out of the article very, very well. But I think he does some great work on Doctor Who. I'm worried now that he didn't actually work on this. Dr. Chester, Ian Fairbairn, who was an eccentric fellow. I met him once doing something for Ian Levine, actually. So I chatted to him in Ian Levine's garden, and he was very nice. He was an eccentric fellow. I think he made his own clothes, but he's a good servant to Doctor Who. You barely see him here, but he's Gregory in The Invasion, and he's Bromley in Inferno. His best part's probably The Invasion, but he's a Douglas Camfield regular. But he was also in Time Slip, wasn't he? He had quite a decent part in Time Slip, and was also one of the voices in Nigel Neal's The Road. Not credited. It was sort of, just a sort of session with the radio, and hung on to the little script asides from that day, which was very useful for me when I was allowed to see them. They were passed over to me when I was doing my radio version. I didn't really know Ian Fairbairn very well, but I know people who did, who said he was lovely. So here we are, and the story is motoring through. So they've got back very quickly, but that's fine. The story rattles along. There's actually no real problem with the pacing of this story. I love that he's about to say, I might have had 2 pods. Do you know what? When I first saw this, it never occurred to me that Harrison Chase was camp, but he is, isn't he? I never sort of really noticed that Doctor Who was camp. I don't think of it as I know it's a blindness I might have. I think Doctor Who's terribly serious and quite funny, but anyway, let's not get it. I am no expert on camp, as I've probably just blatantly laid out. I love all of this stuff. Men shouting at each other. It's the sort of drama I was brought up on. Yes, and I like Chase's sort of riposte to Dunbar's conscience. Keep your stiff upper lip. And of course, the Doctor and assistant are still alive. Excellent. And look at Camfield's excellent placing of his 4 actors there. And I remember from the book, I didn't quite have an image of what. Harrison Chase look like, but we'll get to that. Tom Baker entering the scene with a chair on his head, and this sort of febrile, this sort of simmering fury that he's got. He's come back from the Antarctic, the Arctic, Antarctic. I'm going to commit to Antarctic. It's this one of the snowy ones at the end of the world, at the bottom or top of the world. And look at the Baker simmering behind, which is great because it lets Sarah sort of take the lead for a moment while because not only is he furious that he's nearly been killed and that there's this seed pod being disseminated, he's now having to explain it to civil servants, and he's, you know, if the Doctor has no patience with alien invasion, he has even less patience with British bureaucrats. Oh, money. But look, I mean, again, I always think of Tom Baker when I was a kid of being sort of funny, but he has this wonderful alien fierceness, which doesn't stop him from being likable. And it helps with the alienness. I mean, even your pension, and that's because he understands the world. It's not that he's, you know, unlike I think what Matt Smith does brilliantly, who really does seem like an alien because he doesn't know what wine gums are and things like that. I love all of that. But this, you know, this Doctor has lived amongst us, so he knows our sort of strengths and weaknesses and things like that, and our piffling little annoyances that he has to sweep aside in order to get to the important stuff, like people having pensions. And isn't that outside? That's outside. Was that outside BBC Television Centre? Is it the exterior of the World Ecology Bureau? Nice car, but of course you know you're going to be in trouble because the chauffeur is played by Chauncey, Alan Chance. I was sad to discover Alan Chance had died just before we did the commentary for Ambassadors of Death, because we wanted a stunt person heavy commentary. And Alan Chance is one of those people that did loads of Doctor Who's, never given an interview. So it's like, oh, great, there's an opportunity to get him. And Steve Bruster, who was the producer, said, I rang the number we had, and the family said he died recently. So that was a shame. He all his stuntman mates say he looks a bit like Charles Aznavour, which is very true. And I think he did play him in a thing, or played a Charles Aznavour lookalike in a thing. But this is great. They've just got this location for this very short sequence, which looks slightly odd, and that profile of Alan Chance there on the against that sort of grey sky is slightly blasted out on his face because it's on videotape, which I think makes it easier to do. And actually Camfield shoots it so well, you can't tell as much as you can on some other Doctor Who's where I think the outside videotape, I know some people like it because it blends better with the studio stuff. I just like the look of film better. But actually Camfield shoots this really well that you don't actually notice. In fact, I was going to go for a second there. Hang on, is this bit film? But it's not. It's not. The Common Snake's Head Flatillery picture by Amelia Ducat. He says "duck it," doesn't he? Which again is very funny. It's just again finding tiny little bits to just keep it interesting. Amelia Ducat. Yeah, there we go. And here she is, and in the book, I think this is all she does, because the book is a sort of truncated version. So I was hugely surprised when she turns up later on. But I'm sure we'll talk about that then. Tom Baker, of course, being charming with an old lady, and Sylvia Coleridge is a delight and one of the few smokers in Classic Who, but she can get away with it. A car boot. The car is immaterial. And it's interesting, isn't it, how how they're perfectly honest with Miss Ducat. They don't sort of soft soap go, no, we need to know whose car it is because we need to trace something. We left our wallet in there. No. We live in a world where if a chauffeur tries to kill us, we'll tell an old lady. This is very silly, but it's funny. And Tom Baker is so good in this story. Now, this just seems like a joke. He never paid me, but it comes in useful later. And as I say, I had thought when I first watched this that this was going to be the last I saw of Amelia Ducat, because I'm pretty sure that's all she does in the book. I mean, I haven't read it. I remember, God, I was in Form 5. God, I remember reading it for the first time. Oh, which must be 40 years ago. My God, where does the time go? Very good work here from Mark Jones. He's got a lovely quality to him, but I've already nominated him, haven't I? I think this is a flawless cast. And oh, well done. Did he just click his fingers in leather gloves? That's hard. The master does it in Terror of the Autons, but he does it on film, where I'm sure you can dub it in later. It's a good job his chauffeur is actually a thug. I mean, it's quite an interesting setup, isn't it? That he's this millionaire plant collector, but he also has a private army who have guns. Are you allowed to do that? Are you allowed to have... And even his driver is somebody who, if required, can knock somebody out. I suppose it could be that it was somebody who stood in. It was a hired thug who... No, because he says it's your chauffeur. Well, okay, why not? Lots of... I mean, there are people who have... sort of fairly handy factotums, don't they? Who can turn themselves to violence if required. Perhaps that's what I need. I need a handy violent factor. What a wonderful chauffeur. He's so violent. Wonderful, wonderful house this, and the grounds or everything. And of course that gate and those walls. It really is now a sort of enclosed world that they're in, but it's one where they've got space to run around and do lots of things outside. So it's a great location. And it's got all of this, plant life and everything outside, which is great. Well, of course it does. It's outside, idiot. What am I saying? They've got such a great rapport, these two. Is this the bit where he squelches? Oh no, that's a bit later. One of these guards is Harry Fielder, H. Is this where we own the place? Just why not? Just act natural. I mean, are you allowed to shoot people because they're in your garden? I don't know, but it kind of because the sort of civil servant world is quite well done and well drawn and believable, although they are doing sort of Michael Barrington's doing sort of stuffy civil servant acting, but that's what you want really. It's great, all of this stuff, especially because all these plants come alive later. It's an excellent location. It's a real boon to the story, actually. Oh yes, because I swear when I saw this, I heard his neck. I heard. Oh no, is it? I heard his neck squelch. There's a bit in a minute, isn't there, where he twists. Okay, it's not now, but it is a bit later where he twists John Chalice's head and you hear his neck squelch. It's horrible. So there's Harry H. Fielder at the door and Pat Gorman, the two mightiest of all the Doctor Who supporting artists. Both sadly no longer with us. I had the pleasure of meeting H. Is that Pat? But that's definitely H. With the footballer's perm and these two gentlemen. That's great because he has that frivolous sort of I'm gonna puncture the danger of the situation, but once the gun is shoved in the back of his head, he's like, right, give me the pod. This is, I mean business. And Chase is a really interesting villain. As I say, when I had the book, I couldn't quite. I think there's a description of him, maybe having big eyes, but I couldn't imagine what he looked like, and I didn't think I knew Tony Beckley, although I had seen The Italian Job, but I don't think I'd put two and two together. But he's a perfect piece of casting. Will be my beautiful plants. And, it's a great idea for a Doctor Who villain. Oh, Baker's so good. It's a great idea for a Doctor Who villain. One for whom, it's a great one-line tagline, isn't it? The baddie thinks plants are more important than people or animals. Good way of getting rid of the chauffeur outfit there, Tom, by putting it on Harry Fielder's gun.
Here we treat our green friends as patients. If they're puny, we build them up. If they're sick, we give them suck.
And a flower. This is ridiculous. That's a good line. And this is all sort of important stuff. You like Scooby here. That's a great joke.
He's engaged in important and isolated research on the pond. What else?
Yeah, it's great. Because, you could probably lose some of this stuff, but it's all such good quality that you don't want to. And he's got a butler. Harrison Chase has got a butler. Of course he has. You love that. So this makes it very Doctor Who-y to me. That the villain is instead of your Yeti on your Lewin tooting Beck, it's a man in a house full of plants with an organ and a butler. That's a great shot of with John Chalice's leg and gun casually by his side, and they're all in on the fact that they're indulging their mad boss who's playing his organ or whatever this is, and it's played complete. Look, he's got that slightly sort of camp effrontery, hasn't he? But deadly seriousness. He's not giving it sort of wild-eyed, I'm the crazy plant guy. He's deadly serious. And the music's terrible. It's wonderful. And he has a sort of slightly tested dignity that he has about him. No, he's glorious. And his ties deserve a special mention as well. And Elizabeth Sladen's look on her face going, this bloke is absolutely batty. He's as mad as a box of petunias. And Hargreaves has heard it all before. Seymour Green playing Hargreaves. Do you think he was cast because he's got the right name? Why are you shouting? I love that. It's so funny. But it's believable. None of it's a send up. But yes, I really like Tony Beckley because Chase is mad as a hatter, but he is camp, but he doesn't camp it up. It's not a Batman sort of performance. He's I don't know. I'm not explaining it correctly, but because it is slightly larger than life and it is a bit camp, and yet it's totally committed. It's not a send up at all. It's got a focused psychoticness about it that's rather beautiful. Oh, this is where he squelches. He squelches John Chalice's neck. This is brilliant, Doctor. Duck out of the way. That's well done, Sarah. Kick the gun. That's all very well done. Oh, but that's horrible. Loud snap, it says in the subtitles. Oh, squelch, squelch, squelch. I think you could probably kill somebody doing that. So I'm not sure I approve. But I remember when I first saw it, you go, wow, this is... Because I was a kid when I saw this, you know, what, as I was 14, 15. You go, wow, this is Doctor Who as it should be. Oh, and the sun's breaking through. Look at them. You've got 2p. I mean, 2p seemed cheap for a phone call when I watched this when I was however old I was. Inflation, you see. Yeah, it's definitely Harry and Pat there. Although the studio stuff was done at a totally different point. But excellent guard continuity. Yeah, so this is... I mean, well, we are straight into it, aren't we? We've got back from the Antarctic, and now they're sort of, you know, they're in the thick of Harrison Chase's place. There wasn't too much time wasted. Spread out, you idiots. You know, working out who Harrison Chase was or anything like that. Does mean there's a bit of sort of capture escape in this, but it's all so well done. Douglas Camfield really knows how to keep the pace going and keep the tone of everything so spot on. And yes, I suppose, you know, the mad plant man and the batty old lady and the butler is sort of reminiscent of the Avengers. I'm not a huge... I mean, I've seen plenty of Avengers, but not to the extent that I can identify, you know, particular episodes. I mean, I know Andre Morelli's in Death at Bargain Prices, which also has John Cater from the War Machines in it. I know there's one where Bernard Cribbins says that his group of knitters are knitting a bungalow, which I just remember thinking is terribly funny. Godfrey Quigley's in the first episode. Harold Chorley is a temporary Avenger with Patrick Minnie after Ian Hendry's left. Anyway, if you know more than me about the Avengers, you're now going, oh, come on, this is Avengers 101. And if you know less, you're going, why are you talking about the Avengers? Oh, yes, I'm talking about the proper Avengers, by the way. The bowler-hatted ones, not the spandex ones. Sorry, modern young people. But why am I talking about the Avengers? Because, yes, I can see why people might say that Robert Banks Stewart is a bit unfamiliar with Doctor Who and has written something that's a bit more Avengers-y. But I don't mind that. And the presence of Camfield... and again, to talk, you're a dead little girl. It's just that slight nastiness in the dialogue and in you know, to give us a small character. David Masterman as the guard leader here. He's apparently still enjoying acting abroad wherever he is now, Greece or Spain or somewhere. I've never had the pleasure, but I was asking after him recently and going, did anybody ever find him? Because he's never been interviewed. But yeah, still about. Didn't do any other Doctor Who's or anything. And Harry Fielder lurking behind him there is a much more recognisable Doctor Who face. I see, and grabbing her face, you see, it's quite vicious, and I don't remember the Avengers having that kind of. So it's sort of like the Sweeney and the Avengers have had a baby, but that's been adopted by Doctor Who. That's what the Seeds of Doom is, and this must be a very tiny set because it's hardly used, is it? I wonder if it's even something redressed. But Tom Baker's Doctor is so capable. You know, he charges about and he, you know, gets in the right position, and he's physical, he's capable. You could imagine him, you know, climbing a wall with no problem. But yeah, so I understand. I know some people who consider this sort of to be not proper Doctor Who. But I mean, I can see where you may think it's atypical, but in lots of other areas, it's completely typical and done slightly better. So I'm afraid I don't make those connections, or I don't care to make those connections as strongly, because I think it sits perfectly well within Doctor Who. You know, it's got believable villains, a slightly arch villain with a mad scheme, a brilliant monster idea, a brilliant dynamic between the Doctor and his companion, who I think are wonderful in this, and this cliffhanger. I must know what happens when the crinoid touches human flesh. I just adore. And and you kind of know, presumably, the Doctor's going to jump in, but it doesn't matter because it's done so well. Oh, and I'm so pleased that these credits aren't going to shrink like they did on my original copy, which always made me sad. Always at about this point, they shrunk into the middle of Super Channel, and you could still read them because, of course, they go at a reasonable speed and are in big letters. So everything was better back then, even when it was bad. Ian Fairbairn, he was a nice fella. So, and the mighty Graham Harper, production assistant. It was Richard Conway. I was right. Thank goodness. I don't have to do an I think you'll find. Roger Murray Leach, excellent. See, yeah, Holmes, Murray Leach, Hinchcliffe, Camfield. I mean, you can't say that's not typical Doctor Who. That's typical of this era. That's a lineup to conjure, and music by Dudley Simpson as well. It's glorious. I love this. I think it's great. I mean, not an awful... I found myself not having an awful lot to say during much of that. I mean, by my own standards. But I thoroughly enjoyed that. And again, it just reminds me of sitting in front of an open fire, with darkness outside, a bit cold and snowy, basking in the heat of a crackling, burning fire, the atmosphere, and just... And thinking, how exciting and how tense and how grown up, and how funny the Doctor is, but also how dark and dangerous he is, and quite fierce, splenetic the word. But I think my favourite bit of that, I mean, Tony Beckley is glorious. But I mean, I could just go through these episodes. I did Mark Jones last week. I could do Tony Beckley this week. I could do Kenneth Gilbert next week. I could do John Challis the week after. I mean, it is also Sylvia Coleridge. It is such a good cast. Do I choose Harrison Chase now because I think Chris will? No, I think I'm going to choose I do like the scene with the mad music. Simply because I think Tony Beckley judges it so right. He could play it for laughs, and he doesn't. He plays it for real, but bonkers real. I'm gonna go for the cliffhanger. I love that line. I must know what happens when the crinoid touches human flesh. It's a gorgeous line. It's a Doctor Who cliffhanger line to die for. But everything, the way that Keeler goes, oh no, and he says, strap her down. The Doctor looking from above. Sarah Elizabeth Sladen's brilliant reaction. Oh, isn't she great? Isn't she pitch perfect? Just adding every little nuance that she needs to, but it's not overacted. She's just doing that thing that good actors do, that you don't need to do as much today with modern editing and the fact that you can sort of choose reaction shots from elsewhere and plop them in, and that happens all the time. But here, when it's, essentially played through as one take, and it's vision mixed rather than, done in the cutting room. You need actors to just, pepper the scenes with little bits of humanity or little differences in dynamic and drive, and she's so good at that. But it's that cliffhanger. I wonder if Chris is... I've probably shut down my computer since I... in fact, I know I have, because and this is where we get to the interesting stuff, my battery was turning off, but I still had 30% of battery, so I had to take it to the Apple people, and they had to mend it, which they did very well. So now I just have to find Chris. So Chris Chapman, has he chosen the cliffhanger for episode 3, which is what I have chosen?
So episode 3, as you all know, shifts the action back to England, and it almost becomes a different genre of story. Really, part of me wishes I could have another episode in the ice base, and one less episode in back in England, because I love the ice stuff so much. But episode 3 is the transitional episode where there's a lot of, the Doctor and Sarah survive. They're helicoptered back, and they are at one point kidnapped by a chauffeur who Tom beats up. There's quite a lot of kind of undoctory kind of punching people moments. I think this is the episode with the snapping neck as well, from Tom, which, in fairness, Pertwee was beating people up for years before this. So I know people sometimes dismiss the story because he's not acting in a particularly doctory way. I think apart from the violence, he's incredibly doctory, and and I'd argue the violence is there to protect his best friend. So I don't think it's needless. I don't think it's silly or anything. But in terms of my favourite bit from episode 3, I think I might distill it down to a line, actually. And I mean, what this episode does very well is it more establishes, I think, Harrison Chase and what he's after. It obviously has Amelia Ducat, or Duckett, in the long line of kind of cuddly old Doctor Who ladies with steel, elderly lady with a steely personality. I can imagine you might go for Duckett. I think you might go for Duckett. And I love Duckett. But I probably don't love her as much as some people. And so I will go for a singular line that I used as archive when we did our Sarah Jane Liz Sladen tribute for the Blu-ray range, which is the Doctor saying, "Have you met Miss Smith? She's my best friend." So there's a common theme in my love of Seeds of Doom. Maybe it's that connection between the two of them. But have you met Miss Smith? She's my best friend. Big pearly white grin. Doing that in the face of your enemy is one of the things I love the best of that. I forgot to mention something in episode 2. The other amazing thing in episode 2 is the bit when Scorby says turn around and the Doctor goes 360. And I love that bit. Anyway, episode 3, have you met Miss Smith? She's my best friend. That is my favourite bit. You've also got lovely bits of business, like the bit when they're sneaking around the stately home, and Tom does a kind of just act naturally and then sprints off, leaving Sarah in his dust, which I really like. And Chase gets his wonderful. I mean, number 2 in episode 3 for me would be when Chase does his proper organ. I could play all day in my green cathedral kind of bit, and that wonderfully mad orchestral symphony that he plays to his plants. That's a proper. I know that's quite an Avengers kind of moment, but I do love that as well. And Tony Beckley is great fun. Some people say the best classic series, Human Villain, and I think they might have a point.
Chris brings up a lot of things there. Yes. The mention of episode 2's turnaround. He does the 360 facing this way. I love that whole scene. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart had perfect pitch. But that was episode 2. Episode 3, that's the problem with this format. I was gassing on when the Doctor said, "This is Miss Smith, she's my best friend." I love the simplicity of that. I love how that explains the Doctor's relationship with Sarah. I think it's so beautiful and concise, but told in a way that children completely understand as well. But it's so charming. Again, amidst all this violence and madness and very straight and at times, quite grown up stuff. Chris mentions the point of the Doctor's violence, which is, I guess it's a matter of taste, isn't it? Because this story is to my taste, I quite like the muscular Doctor in it. I think what Pertwee does is truer to Doctor Who in that he has, it's space violence, it's Venusian Aikido, so it means, he does stuff that doesn't look like a punch in the face or an elbow in the nuts or whatever. And it's slightly silly and rather charming, and Pertwee takes it so terribly seriously, and you sort of know that he probably did in real life, and you kind of love all of that. But I quite like the sort of gutsy Tom, because Tom Baker is so big. And I like him in Deadly Assassin for that, when he's tussling with when he's tearing his trouser leg open and injecting him. It's Bernard Horsfall that injects himself, but whereas he ties up a wound, doesn't he? And falling out of a tree, and he's making a blowpipe out of a reed, and he's spitting, and he's gutsy, and he's in the sawdust, and he's and he's just quite phlegmatic about it. I think because Tom Baker does it so well, and because he's so naturally eccentric the rest of the time, it's kind of an ever-present counterpoint to that. But I totally respect the opinion of people who say, but I don't expect my doctor to... I mean, I was talking about the location, wasn't I? And about the particular stuntman it was. When Tom Baker smacks a bloke in the face. I did mention the worry about the neck squelch. So I completely respect anybody that might go, this is a little bit violent for me. It's a little bit knuckle crunchy for me. But I think because I love everything else about the story, and because it fits with the tone of this particular story, I kind of accept it. Would I in a story I like less? I probably wouldn't. I mean, I'm the first to hold my hands up and go, I'm a massive hypocrite in terms of what my taste is and what I allow performers I like to get away with, or writers I like to get away with, or whatever. All right. So I am. I think I think we'd all be more honest if we admitted to the fact that we all sort of are. I'm not in a court of law. I don't have to be consistent. I like what I like. I'm just trying to rationalise it here because otherwise I'd just say I like it and it would be a short podcast. And I think. And I was slightly annoyed with myself as we started this because I was, settling a petty internet score. I wasn't really, because nobody said to me, you're not a proper Doctor Who fan if you like The Seeds of Doom. I've just got a vague inkling that I picked it up somewhere. And it's different from somebody saying, I don't like The Seeds of Doom. I think that's fine. I think I bristle at the idea that anybody in a sort of position of I think if you're writing something, or if you're broadcasting and you go, my position, my personal taste on this, which is all this is, no matter how we try and rationalise it, and of course I'll try and give evidence as to why I think a story is better than another, but to then conclude my case and go, and if you disagree and prefer a different Doctor Who story to the ones I prefer, you have failed to qualify you have not won your Doctor Who fan badge. I have no patience for that at all, because there's no elite when it comes to Doctor Who and understanding Doctor Who, because it's such a personal thing, and our understanding is based on so many different stimuli. I think I was in the right place to read. I remember at school, school was such a daunting place, and I had to find comfort in the Target books, and I remember particularly enjoying this one at a time of particular change when I was in Form 5. That was a bit of a shift, because I can't remember the details now, but I shouldn't have quite been there. I was too young for that class, but they couldn't. Something had happened, whereas I had to be there, and I shouldn't have been. So that was my comfort there. And then that Open Fire and the particularly good quality ones and the Scotch tapes, and I put Letraset on. I didn't write on the labels. I Letrasetted the labels, and I did a really good job. So I was really pleased with them. And although I was annoyed that I'd got Seeds of Doom in the middle of two Pertwees, because it was supposed to be Frontier in Space, so I'd got the sort of span of the Pertwee era, but it didn't matter because they were all good quality, and I liked those tapes, and I liked how I'd done them. And they were all three stories, Claws of Axos, Seeds of Doom, Time Warrior, that actually were pretty close to what I'd expected and hoped, compared to some which had been crushing disappointments based on my imaginations from the Target novels. So there's all sorts of different things that are particular and bespoke to me. I completely understand that. that makes me respond so well to the story. I also think it's excellent quality. I think the acting is superb. I think the writing is superb. I think the direction is superb. I'm a big fan of the Hinchcliffe Holmes era and the quality of the productions and the rigorousness of the productions and the muscularity of the storytelling and the tone of the productions. But I can equally understand why people who love the sort of slightly arch frivolity of season 17 or the more sort of comic booky zaniness of the McCoy era or the slightly the weird esoteric 60s stuff. I understand why other stuff is to different people's tastes. So I would never I think I'm fairly easygoing, I think. Am I? I don't know. No. I'm trying to justify why I started this in such a sort of because it doesn't bother. It shouldn't matter to people. People can do what they like, and I've got no right to criticize or claim superiority. But I think it's just that I've got a whiff somewhere of there being a suggestion that if you like The Seeds of Doom, you're not a proper Doctor Who fan, which I think is just such a ludicrous thing to say and such a lofty position to take. And I would never dream of doing such a thing, and I don't have much patience for people who do. Being a proper Doctor Who fan is not something I aspire to be. Do you know what I mean? I don't see any hierarchy within the world of Doctor Who fandom because we are all fans of a program. We are subservient to a thing, and people can enjoy it however they like. I've chosen to enjoy it by getting down and dirty with biographies of the personnel involved because I'm interested in that. Other people make cosplay to the using exactly the same thread or exactly the same materials to make as near as damn it perfect costumes. Some people make costumes that aren't as near as damn it, but are just ones that are their takes on a particular thing as well. Some people write their own stories. So some people have gone into science because of some vague prompt from the science of Doctor Who. We all express our joy of Doctor Who in different ways, and the only way I don't have much patience with is when people use it to sort of belittle the way that other people enjoy it, or to assume that their fandom is somehow better or greater than other people's, because that immediately just takes the joy out of it, which is why I think instead of just sitting here and enjoying an episode of Doctor Who, I've had that needling away at me, which is a fault of mine, because it shouldn't matter. Don't worry about what other people think. Enjoy what you enjoy. I'm going to enjoy I enjoy, and that's what this podcast is about, is going into each story with the intent and the mood to enjoy it. But also, I know there's equally fun to be had watching Doctor Who and going, "Oh, I hate this bit," and there's nothing, and that's fine too. I'm recording this just after Paul McCartney has played Glastonbury, and The Guardian have given it 4 stars. And, the Nation has sort of gone, "This guy's amazing. This is brilliant. I mean, this is everything that we could have possibly wanted." Oh, yeah. And of course, there's the odd person going, "Oh, I wish he'd sung that song." And that just makes you, oh, God. But The Guardian did such a Guardian thing and went, 4 stars. You go, yeah, because you're going to have just one little niggle, aren't you, The Guardian? And I think a few years ago that would have really annoyed me, but now I would just go, of course you knocked a star off. Of course you did. And I think the thing to do is to try to be amused by things that annoy you rather than be annoyed by them, because it's much more fun being amused than it is being annoyed. But I'm saying that to myself because I obviously get annoyed and niggled by things, which is why I let them niggle me and then fixate upon them for now 49 minutes instead of just watching an episode of Doctor Who. Oh, well, this is what this is. You take me as you find me in the mood I'm in, responding to the stimuli I am given. And the stimuli, and this is what happened when episode 3 of The Seeds of Doom touched Toby Hadoke's flesh. I will speak to you next time when hopefully I haven't got another niggling little annoyance to exorcise, which I always think is going to be, now I'm glad I've got that off my chest. And then you actually go, I didn't need to get that off my chest. It's so trivial, it doesn't really matter. but maybe that was part of the process. I actually had a good out there. I ended it on the cliffhanger line and then added more at the end because I'm bad. Anyway, I like The Seeds of Doom and everyone in it. And if you don't, well, then you're very, very green. There we go. That'll do. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Happy Times and Places and The Seeds of Doom. I've had a little bit of a sabbatical between episodes 3 and 4, where I've been segregated to a different wing of the house. My food has been left outside on trays, and my body has been sort of shielded from everybody else's lest I cause infection. Because they come in pairs, don't they? The lines that indicate whether you have COVID or not. And I contracted, having been so careful for 2.5 years. I contracted COVID and so couldn't do any recording or podcasting or any of that. But I'm back now. I tested negative today, so I've had, as I say, a bit of time off, whilst my body underwent a transformation. What could possibly go wrong? So before I turn into the size of St. Paul's Cathedral and sit atop the roof, let's watch the rest of this story that I am enjoying very much, that has been set for me as a task by Chris Chapman, producer of a great number of fantastic Doctor Who DVD and Blu-ray special features. In fact, we were discussing one today on WhatsApp, where he was sent a list of contributors he's got together for a particular documentary. I'm not going to be on this one, but he's just saying, was there anybody we've forgotten? And, here's the list. And my goodness, what a fantastic lineup of people. And I think he's going to do a really good job, and people will love what he's come up with. So he continues to do the Time Lord's work for forthcoming DVDs and Blu-rays. I'll start calling the Blu-rays, and then there'll be mind injections. That's my prediction for the next form of home entertainment. The Doctor Who season 8 mind injection set. Anyway, let us choose to resume The Seeds of Doom from episode 4. Let's see what happens when the Krynoid touches human flesh. Well, here we are. So this was on my second Scotch tape. Oh, they were the black colour scheme that they had as well just made them seem very classy. But it always niggled that I had a Tom Baker sandwiched between two John Pertwees. This was where Frontier in Space should have been, but Colin, who did me my bootlegs, just did what came to hand. Anyway. I like his leather gloves. Do you think Harrison Chase wears leather gloves as an additional piece of sort of plant/vegetable based ideological sort of an ideological display, a sartorial comment. I love this. I actually like. I think of the Doctor as being, this peaceful kind of person. But Tom Baker is so good at this sort of down and dirty. He doesn't make a meal of it. Jumps through the lantern window, smashes Boise from Only Fools and Horses over the head with a stool, and picks up a gun. That's a brilliant effect of the Krynoid pod opening and grabbing Keeler. It's very, very well done. I like the way that Chase slides across the floor slightly. Harry Fielder, a legend. There he is, bless him. Gets a credit on this episode. He is in other episodes, but he speaks on this one. I've got a feeling. I think David Masterman was supposed to be in the interior sections, and then wasn't. Guard leader guy. He's only on the location stuff, and so maybe because Harry was around, they gave him some lines. That's in the back of my head somewhere. There's excellent makeup there, and I love the way he takes the jacket off. You can, you can feel the sort of the pain on and as somebody who's had terribly painful skin when my psoriasis has been at its worst, you do, and I have taken clothes off like that, the way that you sort of peel it off slightly so as not to do any sort of rubbing. It's a very well observed piece of jacket removal. It's a really good piece of makeup, and I love Harrison Chase's response. Going, "Oh, this is unique," and he sort of starts looking after him, sort of quite gently, like he's a specimen. My friend John Deere, who does an excellent podcast on Quatermass and Nigel Neal and other things, sent a message saying, "What? Oh, I love the way he goes, Mr. Keeler." I love a butler. It's that mixture of kind of alarm and slight effrontery. And that's the beauty of Doctor Who, is you can sort of throw a butler into this situation and he's going to respond like a butler. Gorgeous. John said that the reason I failed to articulate, just as I failed to articulate earlier on about the leather gloves being a sartorial display of kinship with with the plant kingdom by having slain animals on his mitts. Nobody move. Tom Baker is at the height of his powers in this. John suggested that the reason Harrison Chase works is because he's a very adult. It's an adult performance, and he comes with him from a series of sort of quite tough guy, adult, gritty thriller movies, and he's got all of that sort of stuff to back him up. And yet he is camp. But I think John's right. It's a kind of it's a campery that's from a sort of slightly hardened gangster kind of background and genre, not the sort of campery you might see elsewhere in Doctor Who. I love this exchange. I was sad to read in the discontinuity guide, I think, that's not a quote and that's a load of old nonsense. But that exchange, it doesn't matter. I'm sold on it, the money of the same religion. I'll come back with a rejoinder. The banter is bantery, but it never undermines the seriousness of the situation. John Challis doesn't rise to the Doctor's bait, and it's a very good choice that John Challis makes as an actor, because I know John Challis considered himself a bit of a sort of light comedian type, and indeed his subsequent performance in Only Fools and Horses. But he was I think he considered himself a bit of a turn, but his looks led to him playing these sorts of characters. But we've seen in the history of Doctor Who actors trying to rise to the challenge of Tom Baker, where Tom Baker gets obtuse and silly and they think, oh, I can match him with this. I think Challis makes exactly the right decision to actually go, no. I'm gonna let him have his head, and I'm gonna let him do this stuff and not play him at that game, and in fact, maintain the real steel and that stuff of chucking him against the bins and grabbing him by the head. I mean, it's terrible. I love Doctor Who as a sort of fantastical, charming, often daft show, but I do love it when it gets a bit down and dirty and grown up. I mean, as I say, as grown up, look at that. He's pulling his hair, and the darkness, the shadow that Camfield's got in the lighting here, the absolute sort of sweaty intensity that Tom Baker's giving it, the fact that John Challis doesn't pull his punches, and he's got a sort of submachine gunny thing. This is the sort of thing that plays to the teenage boy still within me, who wanted Doctor Who to be terribly serious and grown up. And I think I admire it because it's done so well. It's really skillfully done. Everybody's playing it very, very well. Everyone's playing it very seriously. And I like Doctor Who when it's Carnival of Monsters. I like Doctor Who when it's daft and plays upon the imagination and has the guts to sort of tempt us right to the brink of what is believable, because it is at its core a very, very silly show. But I also like it when everybody goes, no, we're going to make something as tough and uncompromising as we can within the limitations of Saturday tea time drama. I admire that. I admire the sort of attempt to go, well, we can make this as hard-edged as possible, so that when you're a kid watching it, and you get drive-by cutting replies from any adults in the room who want to shame you or make you feel ridiculous for liking your thing, when actually they didn't have much of a leg to stand on. Although, of course, to most casual viewers, this and Mordrin Undead and the Twin Dilemma probably don't actually look that much different from each other, because to the bigoted not wheel, Doctor Who looks the same. Tony Beckley's superb. He's beautifully intense there, but without mad-eyed, without rolling his eyes and going crazy. There's a real sort of intensity to him, and mixed with a sort of scientific curiosity, and a strange sort of detachment that he has, and actually quite brutal in a way as well. And this is a nice note, because you think, well, hang on, what's Hargreaves, is a real person. Come on. So he does his bit there where he goes, well, I'll just bring this up. But as we know about the British establishment, for all we dress it in its finery, if the money's right, we don't ask any questions. It doesn't ask any questions, and we'll sell anything down the river. John Challis is excellent. I wonder if I'm going to get a chance to choose John Challis. I think I just take for granted that he's so good, because having read the book, he was exactly how I imagined the character to look and be played, and he didn't disappoint. But because he perhaps didn't surprise me. And then, of course, you take it for granted because he's Boise in Only Fools and Horses, so he's a bit of a recognisable national institution face. But he's so good. If you didn't know any of that, you'd just go, this guy is just amazing. Now, this was a real surprise for me, because in the book, Amelia Ducat has fulfilled her function to the story. And Philip Hinchcliffe, who when I read the book I hadn't realised had been the producer of Doctor Who, because it was a very early book for me to read, and I loved the cover with the... He does have a catchphrase, why am I surrounded by idiots? Again, in lesser hands, I might find that a bit annoying. I like this sort of slightly catty, well, I can do what I want. It might and it might not. I like that. It's slightly sort of catty and defensive. But utterly believable. Did I say that Tony Beckley was great friends with Sheila Hancock? And I may have done in a previous one. And Matthew Sweet and a few fans led a pilgrimage to his grave in Los Angeles when they were last at Gallifrey. It would have been nice to have been there. But what a lovely thing to do. But I'm sure Sheila Hancock, in her book The Two of Us, that's written about her and John Thor, suggests that Tony Beckley's cancer was, perhaps an early manifestation of what was, that cancer that blighted the gay acting community in the States before it was fully understood what it was. I don't want to put words into her mouth, but I'm sure that was her inference in that book. And he did die terribly young. Mark Jones, excellent. It's such a shame he was poorly when they were doing the DVD. I'd have loved to have got hear him talk about this performance here. I hope he knew just how good he was. A friend of mine did write to him many, many years ago, and because my friend did, I never did. Because I thought, well, my friend has. I wish I had now, and got a nice letter back. and he's so good in this. And of course, Sarah wants to help, and of course he's been he's been vulnerable, and he's been but here he's quite right in what he's saying. He's getting desperate. So that's good characterization in a way, because a lesser writer would make him continue to be the vulnerable, sort of weaker character, but he's desperate, and that's really horrible. The plate of meat, which was the advert break on the Super Channel version I had of this, but it was well edited, so I just got the break into the adverts. Then it came back again, but it still annoyed me because it covers some of the drama. Hello. Well, I had a little bit of a break there myself. As you heard, my other half came in with a rattly wheelchair wheel. But yes, as I say, I'm sort of slightly used to this episode being interrupted at this point. Although, as I say, I think I was fortunate that none of these episodes had the advert break within them, which would have been just awful. All the things that used to be so. But then I'd have the dilemma of going, well, I could copy them over myself onto a different tape and edit out the adverts, but then I'd lose a generation, and I wasn't sure my cables were as good to copy things as well as, because I actually had all this stuff in fairly reasonable quality. Anyway, this are the trials and tribulations. I wonder what this is like for younger listeners. I don't know if there are younger listeners, but that they're sort of piecing together and getting your episodes from different sources. But I'm lucky that I always saw this in good quality. I love Sylvia Coleridge. I love all that stuff about, £1,000 done and all of that sort of thing. And that's a lovely line that he has about the Wars of the Roses being charmingly named, but rather bloodthirsty. It's, as the book shows, none of this is particularly essential, but it's lovely colour. I can see why those who say this is very Avengers-esque might cite the daft old lady with, I love her woolen mittens, the eccentric old lady and the villain obsessed, the multimillionaire obsessed with plants as very sort of Avengers-y dynamic. I can kind of buy that, but it's, as I say, it's a sort of love child of the Avengers and the Sweeney living in Doctor Who's house. And of course it's night time now, so we've got that beautiful glow from the fire, which is lighting. We've got the beautiful shadow from the darkness, which is lighting. So the lighting in this story is absolutely superb. I mean, that could be a thing. I'm so always drawn to the actors. I could pick any. Oh, and look, and Elizabeth Sladen is great. I actually think I don't mention her enough. She was the screamer to my elder siblings. Oh, we don't like Sarah. She screamed all the time. So I was shocked when I sort of started seeing her in action and going, no, she's brilliant. She's so good. I love this. The way that, and I remember in the book, I'd imagined this gobbling up machine, the compost machine, which is sort of like a bathtub with some serious teeth. I imagined it much more like a conveyor belt. I imagine this giant long room with sort of, stuff that you threw on it. But then I wondered, well, why couldn't people just roll off? I'd not imagined the sort of high sides. So this was a bit of a slight change from what I'd imagined. But it made perfect sense to me. Of course, it had to have high sides. I knew that my imagined image was not going to be the correct one. But it's nicely done, dear Arnold. I love that. And this is properly horrifying, properly nurtured, and the Doctor's reaction, that whispered sort of, and the kind of, Tom Baker has a great line in sort of resonant disgust, the deep sort of baritone, distaste at bad things, And a word for Jeffrey Bergen as well, whose music is so interesting and gives a different timbre to... It's famously, I think, isn't it? Because Dudley Simpson, who did loads of the music for Doctor Who and for Blake Seven, Douglas Camfield, I think, went to his house, was invited to a party and went, "You've got a really nice house. I think you earn too much money." And so didn't hire Simpson for Jewel, his episode of Blake Seven, or for his Doctor Who's. Now, I've seen that sort of spun off into Douglas Camfield hated Dudley Simpson. I don't know if that was the case. People do like it quite often happens when you sort of read something where somebody's made a sort of comment in an interview, and that gets spun off 20 years later into this person despised everything this person stood for, and you go, might not be quite as sort of hate-filled as that. The sort of the polls that people like sort of interpersonal and professional relationships. I've been reading Doctor Who Twitter today, and my gosh, it's like being back in the school playground sometimes. Anyway, this is all about accentuating the love, and I love Dudley Simpson's music, but I love Jeffrey Bergen's as well, and I was very pleased to go and see the Scottish play at the Royal Shakespeare Company when Bergen was doing the music for that. He did quite a lot of music for the stage and film. Your death will be agonising but mercifully quick. And he doesn't say, what can I say? And I'm always drawn to the stuff about blood and bone, and the way that it's described, in all this sort of organic way. I have a compost heap, and I always sort of feel and pumped into the garden, nature's grand design. I do always like it when I feel I've recycled vegetable matter and leftover food, and it's going to actually have some good from the fact that I'm not eating those cauliflower leaves, which are actually perfectly edible and perfectly nice, but we're like certain fish that we decide we're not going to take from the sea, even though they're perfectly edible. There's certain things that we eat and certain things that we don't, and I don't think it's always to do with taste. Anyway, I love Tom Baker's. I still can't think of anything to say. But it never quite sends up the drama, because there's an undercurrent of believability about the whole thing. So you can get the funny lines, and they still work. And I remember watching this stuff with Amelia Ducar and going, okay, so she's tied with them, and that's how it brings Dunbar back into this. And I'm sure, I think in the book, Dunbar just sort of goes, well, I better go and sort this out. But it just means we get a lovely couple of scenes here, and some in the next episode, of the glorious Sylvia Coleridge, who's also in the Gambit episode of Blake Seven. She gives good colour, and I love Dunbar. Kenneth Gilbert, I've made a terrible mistake, Sir Colin. He's doing the absolute, underplayed dramatic stuff. And Keeler's turned into an Axon. I remember being thrilled, I think, when I made the connection that, that's, because I love the claw. Oh, yes, because I had this on the same tape as the Claws of Axos. So I love the fact that I'd got the monster on sharing the same VHS cassette. But it's great use of an old costume. I love the Axon costumes, and they work well orange, but it works perfectly well green. And that wonderful sound effect that they have, that sort of rattling, planty breathing. Plants breathe. Yeah, plants can breathe. That's what I imagine a plant breathes like a sort of inarticulate asthmatic sea devil with that sort of rattle. It would have been such a waste. He's great, and he sort of the way he touches his mouth, and he's quite spitty there, wasn't he? There's something quite, again, sort of dirty and viscous about the Doctor, and this is a lovely face-off. It's nice when a sort of supporting character has their moment. He's and I think Kenneth Gilbert deserves credit, because he's never played Dunbar as sort of snivelling and grasping, although he is quite grasping. He plays him as somebody that thinks he's a decent man of principle, and I think that really works. And it really pays off well here, where he gets his heroic moment. I love this bit. You won't get past the guards. And he draws the gun. I'm going to be the hero. And then I get Dunbar. I have that as if my friend Peter texts me, a lovely chap who I know online, and I've met, has come to see my shows. Paul knew that I liked that line, so did it for me. I wouldn't know how to do it as a ringtone. So when my friend, I couldn't have it for all my ringtones because I didn't want to get tired of it. So, but when I get a text from my friend Peter, it says, Scorby, get Dunbar. And this is dark. Look at this. This is dark and wonderful. And I think the publicity shots, didn't they have the Doctor and Sarah with the sword? And that's an image that's on the cover of the book. But that was one of the sort of photos doing the rounds as well. So this feels like the story sort of coming together with all its iconography. This is the crinoid that one, that again one knows from the book. Although, we know it gets bigger than this, but this is the shape, this is the silhouette. I always used to worry about that Venetian blind effect from the firing gun, and used to think, why does that have to happen? But this is beautifully dark and nighttime, and the Doctor's got the sword, and Sarah's bravely picked up a stick. And this is a horrible death, which is all done from the sort of acting and what you don't see, great close-up, and it's a shame because Dunbar's a good character, so the stakes are up, and that's quite the way that the crinoid rises into shot to suggest that it's been eating him or something. And it looks all right for now. It's only, and then he gets the sword out. It's only that shot. It's only that shot where it wobbles towards the camera, and you can see the costume slightly kink. That is only there. It's one of the few tiny moments that doesn't quite work, and that's a shame because I think actually up to that sequence has been absolutely spot on. So we've said goodbye to Keela and to Dunbar in this episode. I love that episode. I'm pretty sure that episode would be an episode I would choose if I was to have. I sometimes used to fantasize about doing a sort of a studio lighting John Dixon. Well done, John Dixon. Doing a sort of what would I do if I did an episode per Doctor, if I were to do if I were to have special invited guests to Doctor Who extravaganza. I think I'd choose episode 4 of the Seeds of Doom as the Tom Baker example. I think it's such a good episode. I love that episode. I love the way it builds to a climax. There's so much about it that works and is strong. Even the stuff you don't need is cherishable. All that dialogue that Emilia Ducat has is glorious. And did I mention that I have common snake's head flatillaries in this garden? I have a garden. I've latterly got quite into gardening. I used to have to help my mum out in the garden and hated it. But actually, as I've got older and I see the need for a bit of physical exercise and the sun's rays and spending some time outside and not being all locked in, I've got an exterior green cathedral, and I bought a load of common snake's head flatillaries that were on sale because it was the end of season at B&Q, and plonked them in, and they did okay. So then I got a load of bulbs and popped them all over the place. So actually, early in because they don't flower in the summer, they're sort of spring. So along with the daffodils, I have a fair few common snake's head flatillaries, and I got them because they're mentioned in Doctor Who, but I do actually like them, and Shirley knows that they are there because they're mentioned in Doctor Who, and she doesn't mind too much, but they are beautiful flowers. But yeah, it is because they're from Doctor Who. I also have Spectrox nest and or any other plants, and some cocoa plant. I'm just trying to think of other plants mentioned in Doctor Who. Right. I love that. I love that episode. I love so much about that episode. But do you know what? I cannot. There's no logic to this. It won't be Chris's thing. There are any number of performances that deserve attention. I think Kenneth Gilbert I mean, I keep going back to John Challis as well. He's so good. And Tony Beckley. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches. But Tony Beckley has a lot to work with. John Challis has a lot to work with. Kenneth Gilbert, could be one in any a number of any number of sort of support. And I remember in the book, he's not a particularly memorable character, and you kind of know where's going with him, and you're not that bothered about him. He makes an instant impression as Dunbar early on. And I think he keeps on delivering, and I think it's a wonderful performance. He was mates with Brian Miller, Liz Sladen's husband, actually, and Brian told me that he was very poorly towards the end of his life. He had cancer and was in a lot of pain. So I never had the pleasure, but I think he gives a lovely performance. I think he's got lovely diction. It's a great performance, but I'm not going to choose a performance, even though I keep saying, Hubert Rees in the first couple of episodes, well, I love him too. Beautiful. Sylvia Coleridge. In any other story you'd go, I've got to choose the dotty old woman. I am choosing, you won't get past the guards, we'll see, Scorby, get Dunbar. Why? I don't know. I just love it. It makes no sense, the fact that the door is open to the drawing room and Chase just shouts. You would have an intercom system or something in which to sort of call Scorby and say, Scorby, Dunbar's in the grounds, you need to stop him escaping or whatever. No, it just works so much better, although less logically, for him to yell at the door, Scorby, get Dunbar. And I absolutely love it. I nearly swore then. I love it to flipping pieces. And there are probably better bits in the episode. There are probably better bits in the whole story. I don't care. I love it. I love that whole scene and the way that it builds up. And actually, I love what comes after it as well, because then you have the running about in the darkness and the grabbing of the sword. And as I say, that's when all one's sort of the images buried in one's subconscious from childhood about the story all sort of suddenly start to come together. And it feels like the whole thing's suddenly taking on even more epic qualities, even though we've already been to, the Antarctic and had one thing open up and explosions and all that already. Oh, I love this. It's such a good Doctor Who story. But I am going for Scorby get Dunbar. What is Chris choosing for episode 4?
Episode 4. So this for me, although there's some really good body horror in episode 1 in particular, as the pod's effects are starting to show. In episode 4, I think you get the most disturbing body horror. And that's the thing that I will say is my favourite thing about it, because obviously there's a cliffhanger at the end of episode 3 where it looks like Sarah's going to be touched by the tentacly bit of the pod. And instead it goes for Keeler, Arnold Keeler. And the story's done very well of establishing Keeler as, he's fallen in with the wrong crowd. He's obviously presumably doing it for the money. So he's not a very nice person, but he's got a bit of a conscience, and he sees Scorby doing horrible things. And he wouldn't, why would Scorby do this? And you feel like this is a man way out of his depth who would probably like to turn over a new leaf when this story is over. And episode 4 is really a tragic arc for, the most tragic arc for Keeler, because he gets stung by the pod and infected by the crinoid at the start of the episode. And then you see slowly over the course of the episode him become a crinoid, and the episode ends with he's turned into a big wobbly Christmas tree crinoid and comes to get the goodies. But it's a really lovely transition and has this kind of very black comedy edge to it, because Chase, on Keeler getting stung, Chase is immediately like, Keeler, my best friend, I must look after you. You don't need hospital, we'll look after you here. And Keeler's obviously very suspicious of why Mr. Chase is suddenly so protective of him. So I love the idea that they just put him into a room upstairs in a little English cottage and start feeding him red meat, start feeding him raw meat, I think, and looking after him. And there's a really, heartbreaking scene when Sarah discovers him, and it's a really lovely performance as well, as he kind of pleads with her. And it's horrible. You really get a sense of a man losing his humanity. And I think it's better done here than it is, say, in terms of Noah becoming a Wirren in the Ark in Space. I mean, I think it's more sympathetic and it's more gradual. And this sense of people being nice to him and looking after him in order for him to become something horrible is lovely. I love that. So it's hot, and I think the makeup's really good. I think it really the fact that those scenes with him in the cottage are mostly in shadow and that it's played so straight. So I would say Keeler performance and arc in episode 4. Keeler's turn is my choice. Oh, yeah, episode 4, yeah, as well.
That's good. I mean, I had Keeler a couple of episodes ago. Oh, was that just a piece of gossip? But I think under different circumstances, and even though Chris cited the performance there, I don't think I can claim that because, Chris was specific to this episode because of the body horror element, which is quite right, an excellent thing to choose. It is an element that does have echoes to Ark in Space for a number of reasons. Because the headline news of this episode, of course, is that this is one of the 2 episodes that Philip Hinchcliffe cut on the grounds of taste. So Keeler's transformation, I'm assuming it was probably, in fact, it was. It was partially to do with the strength of Mark Jones's performance. That the transformation, I think he screamed, and I think he was in such agony that Hinchcliffe found it too distressing, so removed it. And unfortunately, we don't have that footage because it was removed before transmission. It would have been lovely to see some more fantastic acting, and especially in his valedictory moments for Mark Jones, which had also happened with Noah in the Ark in Space, but that was less to do with performance. And I think Mark Jones's performance is in a different league from Kenton Moore's as Noah in the Ark in Space. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, when we get to the Ark in Space. But there's the scene where Noah pleads with Vira to kill him, which you won't know and love because that's cut, and it's a slightly awkward bit that where Noah's behind the door pointing a gun at them, and then suddenly the door's shut and the gun's on the floor, and Vira says Noah and I were pair bonded, which is still lovely, but it's obviously compromised by the cut in the dialogue where the scene was that Noah begged for his wife to kill him, to end his life before they got married as opposed to after. Hey lads. That was some male bants from me there. I hope you enjoyed it. So I think Chris has chosen a perfect thing and a very good thing to talk about. The body horror, which this period of Doctor Who does so well. Possession, which I know that Hinchcliffe was big on as well. I mean, this is less so than the possession that occurs to Chase later on, but it's still the human mind being sort of clouded and absorbed by alien infection. It's good stuff in it. It's a really, really good Doctor Who story. I love its muscularity. I love its darkness. I love its dripping atmosphere. There's not a bad performance in it. I think all of the acting is superb. John Dixon's lighting as well is excellent. That crackle of the fireplace, those dark little corners, the shadows across the face, the still and poise of Tony Beckley with his leather gloves. I could have worn leaves, but I'm not going to hurt the plants. Whatever. Gorgeous. This is a Doctor Who story I could watch over and over again. And apart from that blooming wobbly bit at the end. And because this has lots of links with Terror of the Zygon. So it's Robert Banks Stewart, Douglas Camfield, double act, with scored by Geoffrey Bergen, but also the 2 Zygon actors, Keith Ashley and Ronald Goff, are also the 2 guys inside the crinoid duvet. So there's another connection as well. Keith Ashley in particular was a perennial extra. You see him in quite a few. He's the android that tries to strangle Sarah in the Android Invasion. You see him in Doctor in the Silurians. He's got sort of black, quite high black hair. I remember, I'm sure Jeffrey Palmer said that. Oh, he's a lovely boy, Keith Ashley, but never saw interviewed, and is no longer with us. One of those thesps with many a story to tell, particularly, I'm sure, from being under the crinoid blanket, which, if only I had to put a kink in it as they stumbled towards the Doctor and Sarah, given that another take. Anyway, a minor kink, but a kink nonetheless, in an almost perfect instalment of Doctor Who. And I know there's loads of dramatic stuff to come in the next episode as well. So I'll very much look forward to that. Thank you very much for joining me. It's nice to be back in the land of the living and to be broadcasting again, even though I have this slight lingering infection. So I'm just going to go and have a tray of raw meat. I'm going to go and properly nurture myself. It's a joy talking to you. I hope you're all doing okay. Yes, I'm actually going to go out into the world tomorrow, having been all locked up. I'm safe. I'm not contagious, and I've got to go to the doctors anyway. So the doctor said to come out. So I'm going to get some fresh air. So I'll try not to eat any ministers of state. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to part 5 of The Seeds of Doom, which has been chosen, as you heard, by Chris Chapman, who has made and continues to make fantastic DVD and Blu-ray extras. Some would say too many of which feature me. And he's still going strong. He's making a load at the moment, none of which actually feature me, although there are, as I record this, a couple in the can that haven't been properly announced. He's hinted at them. But anyway, he took some time out in between shooting on his the high-definition cameras that he uses. The production quality of the stuff that he does is really, really good. It does look fantastic, the stuff that he puts together. He's chosen The Seeds of Doom, which I think was done for the DVD range just before Chris entered the fray. So I wonder if he's making up for a gap in his oeuvre by contributing a little film that he's done of him talking to camera. If you're listening to the audio version of this, you just have to imagine his cheerful, bearded teddy bear face getting all excited about The Seeds of Doom. So let's see what he's going to say at the end about episode 5. But before we do that, I have to watch it. And I have to watch it from the beginning, which I'm going to do right about now in 3, 2, 1. There we go. So, welcome to episode 5. If you have an Alexa, I would cover her ears right now, because hang on. Alexa, volume 4. So I'm sorry if I interfered with your Alexa there, if she was listening to my voice on the side. So anyway, it's episode 5 of The Seeds of Doom. Now, if I had people, you see, I would have had all that lined up beforehand. But we're going now anyway. So it's the end of Dunbar from the previous episode. This videotape it's nicely atmospheric here at night time. The disadvantage you have from videotape is, one, you get the sort of tram lines. There's a name for it that I can't remember now. It doesn't matter, you can look that up. And don't write in, I'll remember it by the time I finished, or just after I finished, knowing my luck. And it's where gunshots interfere with the videotape and make those lines run along the picture, which wouldn't have happened with film. But I think this actually looks pretty good. Some excellent OB lighting, very nicely shot. The nighttime helps. It's really good. Apart from that kink in that costume. Some machine gun fire and some more of the tram lines. But that monster moves okay. I was quite surprised to see it, of course, that size, because it's that size on the book cover, but it's the size of a house. But this is really dramatic and fantastic stuff, and suddenly you have this great, part of the story where suddenly Scorby and the Doctor and Sarah suddenly have to be allies, and that makes for a great atmospheric, sort of tense feeling within now this cottage that they're trapped in. So suddenly things step up a gear because the monster's just grown, but also that you're stuck inside with somebody that a couple of episodes ago was trying to kill you, and I really like the sort of tension in this relationship that they have here. I love all of this stuff in the cottage. Tom Baker's sort of brooding, sort of cussed presence, but he also has that thing where he doesn't quite have time for bully boys like Scorby or lunatics like Chase. And I love the way that Baker's Doctor has that sort of universal aloofness about him. People are replaceable. The Crinoid is unique. That's a great line. It's 8 foot high and it's already killed Dunbar. I love all of this, and great the way that the Doctor takes the thing off him, and that the sort of very deadpan way that he does, that tries to impart information, and then the fury that the Doctor has. It's all glorious. I think the tempo and the judgment of Tom Baker's performance in these scenes is magnificent, and Elizabeth Sladen plays her part as well by keeping it sort of down to earth and human. That thing that she does brilliantly. Look, she's scared but brave. Nice tentacle. This bit doesn't quite work, does it? Because obviously Sarah can't actually hit it with the axe, which makes a slightly compromise there. But and Tom Baker's handy with a sword. He wields it with a certain sort of practical dirtiness. Now, how do we feel about the voice of the Crinoid? This doesn't quite match up with everything else for me, and I don't think it. I mean, we of course we need this to have this face-off now between the Doctor and Scorby. So I think it's a price worth paying. I like the fact the Doctor doesn't show any fear either, because he's like, no, come on, this is an obvious bloody ruse. But of course, it hasn't quite occurred to him that Scorby might go for it, and he has to go, oh, what? No, come on, we haven't got time. Again, I've heard that one before. I love the way that he does that, and his mind is racing. He's sort of aloof to this. He hasn't got time for people to be stupid people. I love it. It works, and the way that Sarah is arguing with Scorby, and he has to come in, and she is so good. This is brilliant. So although I think the talking Crinoid is a compromise, it works better as a sort of homicidal vegetation. I love Tom Baker's reaction here, that the way that he decides to play it so fierce. So good, and the fact that he then stumbles across the bomb, and then the absolute child in me goes, oh, I like the fact that we get villains who can make a firebomb, and the fact that the Doctor slightly patronises him as well. Come on, but the fact, I don't doubt for a second that John Challis, who again was actually a bit of a turn. He was a bit of a, as I said previous episodes, he fancied himself as a light comedian. I absolutely buy that guy can make a Molotov cocktail. And I didn't really know what a Molotov cocktail was, but I think my brother being quite impressed with that. And then I read later, it was one of the things that Mary Whitehouse, wasn't it? Or was it Jean Rook? Somebody objected to the making of Molotov cocktails, which of course means as a teenage boy, I'm all over it going. And do you know what? I still don't know how to make a Molotov cocktail. I could sort of guess. I'd probably burn my arm. But it hasn't made me adept at firebomb making. But I love the visceral thrill that thuggishness gives as a sort of, you know, violent undertone to this very tense action. And this is very, very much to my taste. And then you've got this lovely stuff where you've got the governor from Porridge, who is Sir Colin Thackeray, Michael Barrington here, and I mean Amelia Ducat, whose usefulness to the story has already been sort of stretched too far. She certainly doesn't need to be in this episode, but it's funny. Operation armed an manned an ACAT gun at Folkestone. And brilliant stuff about the civil servants, and I am one of them. She's got a great costume too, and she's one of Doctor Who's few smokers. God bless her. Proper British eccentric. We love it. And now, yeah, he gets her out. So I mean, yeah, none of this was in the book, but it's all gorgeous stuff. And you know, it's still got that slight atmosphere of, you know, this is after hours, this is nighttime. And although it has a comic seam to it, you know, when he shuts the door on her, he's, you know, it's like he's going to mean business, and he does a good job, Michael Barrington, of you know, he plays the comic stuff as necessary, but then he's this is deadly serious stuff. Chase now has a slightly darker suit on, which I rather like. It suits him, those colours, very nice, and he's got a mean line in ties, hasn't he? He's got a beautiful intensity, hasn't he? Oh, and now and it does feel like morning. Wonder how early they filmed, but you can sort of feel the sort of the light has just broken through and there's sort of dew in the air. And I don't know if that's just because it's very well done or if they actually did film it that early. But it feels like that in these scenes here. It's great. It's absolutely terrific. And I think, you know, people locked in a cottage with a homicidal giant vegetable beast outside. Very nice, Doctor Who, but everybody playing it absolutely seriously. And this fact that it's a really sort of tense marriage of convenience. It's wonderful stuff. And Baker obviously has such respect for Elizabeth Sladen, and they carry the drama so nicely. And he's got such a sort of waspish intensity about him. But also he's really funny. Yeah, you can feel the dew in the air there with Harrison Chase out with his lunatic madly taking his photos of the giant plant beast. So here we have the Molotov cocktail. Oh, which is a nifty little effect, very quick, not on screen for long. And this is actually the CSO of the crinoid is not bad. It's not bad. I mean, considering some of the CSO in Terror of the Zygons, you know, this serial's bedfellow, Pat Gorman alert. I think, you know, there are very few compromised effects in this show. In fact, the effects in this show are very strong. I mean, you know, the trained eye can see that there's a bit of CSO going on there, but I think it sells it. I think it sells it fine. And the bit with it, you know, with the cottage and everything else going on, I thought was very well done. Yeah. So this is, I hope I think about this because this is very much to my taste, and I'm aware why people may have objections to some of the stuff that goes on here. But I suppose because this was always a Doctor Who story, it doesn't seem quite as anomalous as it might. You know, this was just part of the great big canvas of Doctor Who when I you know, discovered it all at once. Well, I mean, I probably discovered this quite early because it was one of the books that we had, and it's quite a slim volume. And he's so good, isn't he? Now I've read people have sort of read slightly more into this and wanted to be, I would say, a little bit too grown up with the dynamic that they infer from what's happened between Scorby and Sarah, and I mean, people can read what they like into Doctor Who. That's part of the fun. We all reacted to it in our own ways. But I think if you're desperate to see a sexual assault perpetrated by Scorby on Sarah as part of your reading of this text, but that's all really good. But that I think takes the attempts to be grown up that this does. This is grown up, but very much in the confines of a tea time drama. It pushes it as far to the edge as it can go, but I don't think it goes into those realms. But if as I say, I know some people who like. I wouldn't say they like to read it into that, but I've never read that into it. He's just going to pick up where we left off before, i.e. when I tied you to a bomb and left you to get blown to bits or eaten by a plant beast. And I think that's it's a little bit like when I was first allowed to swear in an English essay by my forward-thinking English teacher, not essay, story, and I threw loads of swear words in, and he said, just because I said you could, I think you've done it a little bit too much. And I think sometimes we sort of say, sometimes I think when we say Doctor Who is a programme about wonderful niceness and liberalism, I see it all the time online now, people are missing the message of Doctor Who. The message of Doctor Who is largely, here's something entertaining about a benign alien who tells jokes while he blows up monsters. He or she blows up monsters. And yes, I very much read the liberal take of Doctor Who, but there's also an illiberal take you could take. He finds the things that are bad and he kills them. Or now that's Keith Ashley. That, as the secretary, is one of the two guys inside the Crinoid who's also a Zygon, but he gets no credit. But it gets a nice little bit. Anyway, look, we can talk about multi-readings of Doctor Who elsewhere, because there's so much good going on here. He's busy, brilliant, all this waffle. The righteous fury of the Fourth Doctor is rather wonderful. I suppose they could have had the Brigadier in this had Nicholas Courtney been around, but instead John Aitchison comes in as a one-off, Major Beresford. But Philip Hinchcliffe liked Possession, didn't he, very much? So we've just seen Harrison Chase about to get possessed by the Crinoid, which again I'm not quite sure the story needs because he was already bonkers. But this is a lovely scene. The fact that these two guys sort of embrace the silliness of it, going, psychopathic rhubarb or whatever, but then you have these actual examples. Somebody strangled in a garden maze, murderous kale, and then suddenly you're going, oh, hang on, we've got a murderous vegetable, and these two guys have been joking seconds ago, and now they switch it completely, and the Doctor's got that ghost. He always has that slight ghost of amusement, doesn't he, about the terrible things that are happening, because he has to laugh in the face of danger almost. She's so natural on the phone. Look, their love for each other sort of transmits even when they're both in separate parts of the studio. I don't even know if this would have been done at the same time. I doubt it. And yet I totally buy it. And that's a nice little nifty effect, cutting the wires. Because homicidal gooseberries and whatever, she does that phone talking, acting so naturally. So good. The stakes have just got higher. Not only have we got a walking vegetable beast, suddenly all the plants have become homicidal. Oh, this is what we want from episode 5. Not more of the same. We're building up to a climax, and the stakes have just got higher. Not only are the plants now all bad, but also Chase is now a sort of vessel of the Crinoid. And this is done very well. I'd not remembered this from the book, and this isn't a part of the story that ever sort of leaps out to me, even though he does it absolutely wonderfully. I do feel it slightly undermines Chase as a villain in a way that he was already good enough. He didn't need to be taken over by the plant. But I don't know why that is. It just doesn't chime with me as much as other parts, I think. I mean, as I say, Tony Beckley does it absolutely beautifully, and it's wonderfully directed there by Camfield, with him lying down and the profile and the grass and the crossfade. Scorby's changed into some sexy villain gear. I like that. He can pull off a roll neck sweater. Not everybody can, I have to say. and Scorby goes through an absolute transformation, and I love the fact that he's now the sort of this uneasy ally, and also that he goes, yeah, that's a lovely bit that he actually doesn't believe that the Doctor has come back, and Sarah can sort of scold him about that. And then Sarah gets this brilliant riposte to the thing about being people running away being like a bunch of women. She is so good. Oh, she is brilliant, isn't she?
What was that you just said about women?
Oh, she is, I mean, you know, scold is absolutely the right word, but she's still so totally likeable. And she's not a, you know, ball breaker. She's not a, there's no attempt to sort of have to make her sort of tough or physical. Her toughness is an emotional toughness. You know, she's not a, she's, you know, she's still the sort of traditional companion figure. But she's, you know, she's brave and she's tough, and she's so good. And he, I mean, look, he is so good, Tony Beckley. And again, this could be quite difficult to pull off. And he does it. He does it with a wonderful, straightforward intensity. And yes, that slight sort of camp aloofness doesn't go from him, but you do get that he's sort of slightly possessed. And you've got Scorby there keeping it all completely down to earth. That's a great exchange. He must have been gone for years, if you ask me. Yeah, he was always bonkers. Just because he'd been taken over a plant, it's actually not that much different. And this, I mean, this could be ridiculous. You know, he's a man in the lotus position talking to some flowers. And yet it's actually really disturbing. As observed by a butler with organ music. And yet it's absolutely straight. It's totally believable, yet daft as a brush. I mean, that's Doctor Who at its best for me. You know, it's not allowing the daftness of the whole premise. You know, somebody travels through space and time in a police box that's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. But you have to let that speak for itself. You don't play up to that. I mean, there are times and there are stories where it's an advantage to do that, but in this kind of show, everybody's, you know, on song to his tune dedicated to Linnaeus, and having the butler there really helps as well. It just gives it that slightly eccentric edge, and it's wonderfully shot, beautifully lit. The look on Tony Beckley's face is absolutely extraordinary. Yeah, and Scorby is almost becoming the sort of the hero of this bit. Now it is our turn. Oh, he's so good. He's so good. And this is it's terrible because I just want to watch it because it's really good. Yeah, it's and yet the central premise of this is that, you know, all the plants are going to start eating. Well, that's a great premise, isn't it? You know, what if the roles? It's a very simple idea. You know, what if suddenly plants are the predators and you know, we're the prey. That's a wonderful, quick, you know, switcheroo. That's the your Yeti on the loo and Tooting Beck moment. That's the something strange, a strange twist on what we know, and it's a brilliant reversal. And isn't it interesting how it still retains its atmosphere even though the sun's out? This is all very good because this is the sum of the stuff that, you know, one could have read in the book, but actually been a bit pony when realised in the studio, and it's absolutely not at all. You know what it is? It's sort of stagehands off stage, shaking plastic foliage, but it absolutely completely works. And it's, horrifying. The idea of being strangled to death by plants is pretty grim. And the calmness of Chase in the middle of it all is really, really unsettling. And you've got I remember in the book being quite pleased at how, that Hargreaves was still alive at this point, and then go, oh no, he's going to die now, isn't he? And actually, I seem to recall the way that his sort of corpse is left with that sort of slightly limp hand, hanging amongst the foliage is pretty grim. And of course, this makes it, get a bit of weed killer in, but it does mean that Chase. He's got the line, hasn't he? Animal fiends, which is glorious. Animal fiends. Yeah, I mean that takes it about as far as you can go. But I'm still with this all the way. This is and I think having an army soldier looking in proper army gear, that all helps. This was all the stuff of, proper drama, proper adventure stuff. And poor old Hargreaves is dead. And Ray Barron here as Sergeant Henderson. He's sadly died a few years ago. I don't know did he ever give an interview? He's in Cathy Cummer. Look at the way that Hargreaves' hands are left there among the moving foliage. That's such a great image. Tom Baker in the Tom Baker years, I think, mistakes Ray Barron here for Jeff Hinsliff, from who is in Nightmare of Eden and Image of the Fendal, because I think he says, "Oh, isn't that somebody from Coronation Street?" But yeah, he means Jeff Hinsliff. He's got it wrong. But Ray Barron was in Cathy Come Home and did various bits and bobs. The Ray is short for Rainer, not Raymond, as most would expect. Now here's. And the Doctor's really horrible to Sergeant Henderson throughout. I remember my brother catching this bit and me thinking, this is the Seeds of Doom. There's nothing wrong with this. He won't have a problem with anything of this. And he says, why are they putting them down flat? Why aren't they just chucking them out? And it's, of course, because they're really expensive prop plants that they can't destroy. But if in real life, if you were getting rid of these plants, would you sort of place them down? I was like... Such a thing would never occur to me as somebody watching Doctor Who and going, this is brilliant, all the effects are good, the acting's good, the atmosphere, the story, everything. And he comes in and goes, oh yeah, why aren't they throwing the plants away? Why are they putting them down safely? And I'm just like, I have nothing to say to that, but why have you noticed that bit of all the bits? But I used to dream of, as I say, of my brothers and people sort of coming in while I was watching an undoubted classic like this and go, actually, Toby, you're right. Doctor Who is the best thing ever. Shall we do some sort of pilgrimage and watch the whole thing, and I'll tell you how brilliant all of Doctor Who is. It's funny, the Crinoid's voice. I'm being surprised back because I think it just said, Crinoid voice in any episode guides or whatever, but it's quite long-winded, is it? The Crinoid's voice, Richard Conway. Excellent special effects. Excellent OB lighting, Clive Potter. Excellent studio lighting, John Dixon. Brilliant design, Roger Murray Leach. Philip Hinchcliffe. Douglas Camfield. Dream team. So that is a superb piece of work. I like it an awful lot. I think I'm going to find it fairly easy to choose my favourite thing about it, because it has to be the scene in the cottage, the face-off between the Doctor and Scorby, the beginning of that uneasy alliance, that wonderful journey that Scorby has from being the bad deed to this, this uneasy ally, but just Tom Baker's simmering fury that comes beautifully. He suggests that it comes from a sort of alien aloofness and that hasn't got time for all the stupid things that we do that get us killed or that preoccupy us, the petty little squabbles that we have or whatever. I like it when the Doctor... I sort of prefer it, actually, when the Doctor can teach us a thing or two rather than the Doctor learning from... I mean, it works both ways, but... I think I sometimes think we as a species could do with learning a thing or two. And I don't always feel that the cold alien doctor has to learn about wonderful humany things from us. I actually quite like the dynamic where get a grip that, you know, the universe is such a big place full of wonder and danger and all sorts of amazing concepts to get your head around. Stop being a petty-minded flipping moron. And Tom Baker's so good at that sort of, you know, that lofty intelligence, that alien aloofness, that sort of terse dismissal of our sort of stupidity. And that's all there, without ever undermining the sense that the Doctor knows that he's in danger. You know, he knows Scorby's being, you know, selfish and petty, and not quite seeing the bigger picture. But he's not unaware that also could mean that he's dead. You know, so I think that dynamic, and Elizabeth Sladen being there as well, where she argues on the Doctor's behalf and the Doctor has to interject, and Scorby going, well, why don't I do that? And the Doctor absolutely sort of tearing him apart with that absolutely intense fury. And the fact that it ends with Scorby going, shall I make a firebomb, like they're doing grown-up things. I love it. Even though it's got, as I say, the compromise bit, the crinoid talking, and it's Mark Jones doing it. So that's actually, and in fact, I haven't touched upon that at all. The fact that it's Mark Jones means there's a vestige of Keeler, you know, within there, and that goes into Hinchcliffe's love of possession, which you've also then got with Chase being possessed by the crinoid, which is, you know, that's quite Quatermassy in the Quatermass experiment. You know, the big vegetable beast that takes over Westminster Abbey it's very fundamental to the plot that still retains the vestiges of humanity of the three astronauts within. And so I can see, which is why the crinoid voice is I suppose important, to why Chase being taken over is important, because then it's the sort of, you know, the parody of humanity that becomes, or the subjugation of humanity to vegetable will, the will of the chlorophyll. So even though but as I say, part of me just sort of prefers it to be a big murderous vegetable that takes over plants. But it doesn't matter. I'm nitpicking. I love it. I think it's so good. And there's so much else that's good in that. I love you know, Chase sitting cross-legged and doing his, you know, eulogy to root, stem, leaf, and flower, and, you know, it's our turn, and then the plants all coming alive and attacking everybody. I love all of that. But even, you know, the Doctor's little bit of exchange of you know, plot catch up with Sir Colin, and the Major is driven by Tom Baker's urgency, shutting that secretary out, and the waffle. You know, it drives the story. It drives the story with an intense sort of alien, you know, passion and urgency. He hasn't got time for red tape and all that sort of thing. He's so good, Tom Baker. So good. This is one of his best performances. But yeah, it's the scene in the cottage. It's the scene in the cottage that I just love about episode 5. What's Chris Chapman, producer, director extraordinaire, going to choose?
Episode 5 of The Seeds of Doom. Now, I think, I mean, I love The Seeds of Doom. I'll admit that from probably, people talk about it having a poor ending. I think from episode 5 onwards, it's slightly losing its way, and it's possibly not. It's got that lovely structure of the 2-parter and the 4-parter, but the 4-parter, because they get so quickly to Chase's house, to the mansion, to the villain's lair, I think it runs out of steam quicker than it should. I don't know if the house should just be the last 2 episodes, and maybe it needs another piece of meat in episode 3 and 4 that's not at the mansion. So you get this slight sense of them treading water, waiting. Now that you've got a giant crinoid, what are we going to do for 2 episodes to resolve it? And as we know, the resolution ultimately maybe isn't as satisfactory as it could be. But what I love is, what I do enjoy about episode 5 very much is that in order to deal with that problem of how they keep the story going, they create a mini story within the story. And so we've established the cottage. In episode 4, that's where Keeler was being poorly. And at the end of episode 4, they're being menaced by Keeler. And in episode 5, they escape from Keeler into the cottage at night time. And you get this kind of base under siege story, proper Troughton, base under siege, where they spend the first half, certainly, of the episode at nighttime in a cottage with a giant plant outside. And it's kind of almost comically, you have bits of the plant coming in through the windows, but it has this kind of straw dogs, kind of Sam Peckinpah kind of brutality to it, that the Doctor's making up Molotov cocktails and bunging them out the window. And you get, this is where you really start to see that alliance, that uneasy alliance between the Doctor and Sarah and Scorby, where it's really a showcase for that. So I love that episode within an episode. I mean, you could argue it's padding. It doesn't add anything other than maybe deepening that relationship between those three. But it's great padding. And Camfield really kind of gives it an edge and keeps it very straight. And again, the studio direction's excellent. And I love the Doctor shows the tea time audience how to make a Molotov cocktail. There you go, kids, knock yourself out. So I really, really enjoy that. And so that would be my favorite thing about episode 5 is cottage base under siege. Yeah.
Yeah, cottage under siege. I think that was pretty much what I said. So I actually get a point. I'm quite right. I just love that scene. But I mean, it's, wonderful. And I grudgingly admit that I think Chris is probably right that it does tread water, maybe. And I think this will be interesting to see what happens with episode 6, where, a lot of people, I think, feel that part 6 is a bit of an anticlimax. And indeed, I think that's a criticism that can be levelled at a number of Hinchcliffe stories. And I will discuss that in episode 6, because I hold my hands up to that, and yet I also don't care. And yet I would be less forgiving in, I think, stories that are less robust, well told, and expending their energies elsewhere. And I wonder if that's hypocritical of me, or or it's just all a matter of taste. But I do think that you can objectively say that production-wise, and in terms of performance and realization and effects, and the very practical things, the lighting, the set design, all of those things, Philip Hinchcliffe's stuff is particularly strong. It particularly excels in all areas of production. I think more consistently than any other era. But that might just be because it's to my taste. But anyway, my taste is very much for vegetables. Yes, my taste is very much for the brassica and the root that makes up the villainous threat of this particular Doctor Who story. So let's have another absolutely a vegetarian course of Doctor Who next week. But as I say, some people say it means that it leaves them slightly unsatisfied. Not that it's vegetarian, but that vegetables just all get flambéed by the RAF. But let's see how we find it. But for now, I'm going to make sure the doors of this cottage are locked, and I'm going to raid the drinks cabinet in order to make any weapons I might need, because now I know how to. Ha 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 ha. Welcome back, everybody. This has been a story that is a symphony of root, stem, leaf, and flower. But the flower power is about to wilt on the bloom as Seeds of Doom reaches its climax. Now, as mentioned last time, and Chris Chapman, who you heard there, special guest, DVD and Blu-ray producer, director, maker of excellent films, really hardworking, really rigorous, always goes the extra mile in terms of production and in terms of scope and ambition, and then occasionally has to scrimp and save when it comes to choice of presenter and use me. Chris, has already last week sort of said he feels that the Seeds of Doom is slightly running out of steam. And I think this podcast, Happy Times and Places, has had its presenter, me, an avowed Hinchcliffe fan, admit to the fact that despite my feeling that the Hinchcliffe Holmes oeuvre is the consistently best quality and most to my taste of the entire run, I do have to admit that final installments aren't perhaps this regime's key skill, shall we say. But does that matter? Let us find out and discuss. But anyway, we've had a great time so far. We haven't really chosen many of the same things, although I did get a point last week for the cottage under siege scene that ended with a Molotov cocktail. So let's hope everyone now gets, I don't know, stuck in a bungalow and makes a pipe bomb. It'll be the sort of ending I could get to grips with. So let us press play or watch from the beginning, or however you're watching the Seeds of Doom, in 3, 2, 1. And so it is the final time that it doesn't seem quite the same without a super in the corner, super channel ident, which is how I watch this many times. And actually, these aren't a massive jump in quality for me. Getting some of these stories, having had most of them as bootlegs when I was younger, on official releases or whatever, I was used to a huge leap in quality because some of the things I had were several generations down. But actually, my Seeds of Doom was always in pretty good nick. I think my brother also said that there's no way that a soldier would leave his gun there either. So the soldier leaving his gun there and the plants being put, down carefully as you would do an expensive prop, were the things my brother noticed about this sequence, rather than all the absolutely magnificent stuff elsewhere, and that makes me very sad. It's a funny old outfit Sarah's got, and she got sort of culottes on, and it's it's an extraordinary melange of patterns, but it works. Sarah's got Elizabeth Sladen has an actually slightly odd taste in clothes, but it somehow all sort of works. But I'm not sure. Quite often, many of her outfits, I'm not sure I've seen anybody else wear anywhere in other circumstances. I mean, again, this is a bit, CSO-y, but I think it's pretty well done, and I think the videotape is helping with that, much as my preference in terms of the texture you get for outside stuff of Doctor Who of this period is for film. But I think that's pretty damn good considering what we could have had and what we're used to in Doctor Who of this period. I don't think there are many duff production moments in this at all, or performance moments. And the laser is rather casually dispensed here. But I quite like that, the fact that they go, yeah, we've got this thing, and we're not gonna play it like it's some amazing thing. We're unit, we've got access to a laser. Don't work. The end. I quite like that, and it's again the effect is simple but nifty. I don't know what Sergeant Henderson has done to annoy the Doctor, but he's going to be very horrible to him. This I mean, I as I say, I read a lot of Target books, and the pattern of base under siege was very much what I was used to of Doctor Who, and this is pretty much what this story has become. We had the cottage under siege, and now we've got the mansion under siege.
You mean he's actually infected?
Because he's so good at close-ups, isn't he? Douglas Camfield. He really trusts his actors, but he knows the right angle to give them so that the close-ups are sort of imposing and slightly oppressive, and increase the intensity. Very good. But even the way that Major Beresford went, fire, 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 and slightly, that the pace of the edit was picked up slightly quicker. So it wasn't fire, same amount of time, fire, same amount of time. It was fire, 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 and it just that slightly quickening of the pace of the editing. It's that sort of attention to detail that means that it's the pacing. Camfield is very good at pacing and atmosphere in a way that some directors have multi-camera to capture the action, to get it all in, to get all the story out and the exposition out. Camfield's camera brings something extra. His sense of atmosphere and pace brings something extra. I love Tony Beckley. He is so good. But Douglas Camfield has got to be one. This is his last, isn't it? Oh my goodness. This is the last Doctor Who that Douglas Camfield does, and it's when I remember reading, in Doctor Who: A Celebration, where it, it gave the breakdown of all the stories, but it also said who wrote and directed each one, and Douglas Camfield's name was on stories, as early as Planet of Giants and The Time Meddler. That's a great model as well. I mean, it does. Oh, that's a pretty impressive tentacle. It's got girth, hasn't it? And that's the stuff of Doctor Who. A tentacle smashing through a window, threatening a soldier. Love it. It's like we're under siege. You are under siege. Oh, and all this stuff with the ceiling being bashed in and the plaster falling. Tom, you go and do that. Says Sergeant Henderson has just actually been really brave, and and the Doctor sort of has decided he doesn't really give a monkeys about this guy. But that's a nice moment where he gives Scorby the gun, and Scorby can almost quite not believe it, and then he realizes, oh, hang on, there's the worst thing about this story, the slightly too light spanner. There we go. That's the only thing in the story that doesn't work. And it's so no matter how good an actor Tony Beckley is, you can't pick up a really light polystyrene or whatever it is rubber spanner, and make it seem like a metal spanner. Maybe you can, but it wasn't in. Tony Beckley didn't do that class in drama school. But that's great. This just tiny effect, slightly slowed down of the green stuff smashing against the plaster of what I assume is a model, and John Chalice has got his jacket off and his sleeves rolled up, and it just feels like everybody's getting a little bit down and a little bit dirty and fraying at the edges. And this is great because he's the hard man. And John Chalice does this really well. And as people have said, Scorby is a character that undergoes genuine character development, and he's he's so much more than henchman of the week. He's fully rounded, and I love the fact that the Doctor does it. He's pouring his heart out, and the Doctor doesn't even quite register it. Because this man's tragedy is so small and pathetic, and yet he is, no more than you, Scorby. And the Doctor's got the measure of him, and is not prepared to sort of try and make him feel better, even because he sort of hasn't got the time, and he's not as unpleasant to him as he was to poor old Sergeant Henderson, who's about to get chopped up for compost, which I always feel poor Sergeant Henderson spends his small amount of time in the Seeds of Doom doing quite brave and useful things, having the Doctor dismiss him quite unpleasantly, and then getting knocked out by a rubber spanner and chopped to bits. And this is great. The fact that Scorby has kind of lost it, but without it undermining the character, he's still the same guy, and it's not that he's gone mad, and done a Salamar or whatever, where it's all just a bit tiresome when the commander snaps, as it were, and that's a bit of a Doctor Who trope. This is a slightly superior version of that, and again, the fact that the Doctor hasn't really got time, hasn't got the time for it, and all they can do is shut the door behind him, and this is perfect Doctor Who. And I remember reading this in the book and actually wanting him to get away, because for all the horrible things that he'd done, he had been their sort of brave kind of mate. It's a shame that because this is a wide shot, you can't see all the plants moving about as you could in the close-up shots, but some minor, they can't do that. But this, I think this is brilliant, and I remember it's very tense in the book where he's nearly there and he's nearly there and he's nearly there. But that's a sort of John Challis does a lot of pulling that on him, but you can't really tell. It does actually feel like the thing has risen up and enveloped itself around him. I think that's really effectively done, and that's the end of Scorby, who is fantastic. Character who gets some real moments there, and makes a run for it, and does it in the book. That piece of water is the sort of last bit between him and sort of freedom, and you feel like he's almost made it. It's and he gets pulled under, but I think that's not a, the fact that it could never be quite the same in the TV version is not a disappointment. It works. It's very, very well done. And I believe John's anecdote was that he had to do it twice because they didn't capture it the first time and it was absolutely freezing. I think that was right, and he got some brandy. I interrupted myself talking about Camfield, didn't I? Douglas Camfield was a name that that was in and was usually attached to the Web of Fear. The Dalek Master Plan, the one Pertwee did, Inferno, and then the two Tom Bakers he does, Terror of the Zygons and the Seeds of Doom, which were, these were real names to wrestle with. And I remember assuming that he must have died because he didn't, because Douglas was quite a Camfield, like Dennis Spooner, they all seem like sort of slightly old men names. And then, when I grew up, you discovered Douglas Camfield died at 52, Dennis Spooner at 55, and they weren't old men at all. Sergeant's no longer with us. He's in the garden. It's so creepy. But Camfield wasn't dead when I was reading Doctor Who: A Celebration, but he then did die the following year, didn't he? January 84, I think. So. And I remember reading about it. It was one of the few Doctor Who magazines that I got that said, and I think it did a little thing saying Douglas Camfield had died. And he had a show, I think, was it Missing from Home, that was heavily trailed, and it starred Judy Lowe, and I think that was shown posthumously. But I sometimes complain these days that, our television purveyors don't get their dues, and it's one of the reasons I try and write obituaries for people where I can. But Camfield there was no sort of voiceover or little plaque or anything at the end, and in fact I found out there's lots of great close up here, and then it's like he punches her in the face. It's horrible. Whatever he does there, they leave it to the imagination. Excellent model, brilliant work, Richard Conway here. The model of the house and the model crinoid is absolutely fantastic. It's quite a leap from the Keith Ashley, Ronald Goff in a costume, CSO slightly grown, to that obviously sort of stop motion kind of thing. But I think that's we're used to that in Doctor Who of this period where different effects you don't necessarily quite marry in the way that you'd want them to now. And in fact, the CGI Slitheen and the costume Slitheen are as big as a leap, to be honest. It's interesting that they never, I think they decided, did they, to not mix their methods of creation after that. But I think the effects here, everyone in every department is on top of their game. But yes, Camfield, very young, and yes, as I said, but I discovered since that quite a few actors that we know and love did sort of their final roles were shown after they died, and very often didn't get a mention in the programme or anywhere. And some actors that you'd think would get an obit in the stage, or at least a mention in the stage, Duncan Lamont, Paul Whitson-Jones didn't. John Stratton, I don't think, did. Or if he did, if he got the stage, he didn't get any of the big papers. So I sometimes think, I'm prone to sort of go, things were much more respectful in the olden days, and I get annoyed when people get missed off the BAFTA in memoriams and that sort of thing. But I fear, sadly, 'twas ever thus, and I just romanticise the past because I wasn't there, so it must have been better then. Stock footage of RAF jet planes. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes when we have stock footage of military stuff, it's always it's often quite jauntily scored. I always, when I read military stuff and things, I always thought of it as being quite hard and harsh. But there's something about obviously our tradition and the people that score this stuff and shoot this stuff and whatever, that if you think of the Invasion, which has got that clanging, oppressive soundtrack, except for the unit theme, which is all do 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 do, and it's sort of like it emphasises the sort of jamboree-like element of a military display rather than the hard as nailsness of actual military action, which I think's an interesting observation that I'm not going to build on now. I've just noticed that there's a bit of celery underneath Elizabeth Slade in there. And he's absolutely not going to let Harrison Chase kill Sarah. Now, and again, I think my brother said, why hasn't he got her out first before untying her? So why do people watch things looking for any number of reasons? But why do people watch things looking for things to criticise? That's another reason I try it, because it's so easy. Because every decision you make when you're just staging something has so many things to take into account, angle, filming, practicality, what the actors can do, what you're suggesting to the audience, blah blah blah. It's not as easy as it looks, and I think you have to go. You gain nothing by not trusting the program makers and going, these people know what they're doing and have done things for a reason or done things because they've had to. I think that's as much as I think I really wanted as a younger person, to see a bit more of Chase's demise. And you could have really Robert Shaw'd that, bit in Jaws where Quint, gets sort of clamped between the guts and spits blood out. You could have had all of that. And of course the cutting back after the scream to the teeth of the thing when there's no blood and gore. That is a kind of, we're doing a kids program here, guys. We can't show what's left behind of Harrison Chase, but it's as a concept, it's pretty gruesome, isn't it? And the holding of the hands and I think, isn't it? It's sort of suggested in the book that what Chase is doing there is the doctor's trying to pull him out, and it's not just that Chase can't go out. He's actually trying to pull the doctor in because he's that much of a psychoplant. But anyway, the story is resolved by the RAF saying let's turn it into chop suey, but basically the RAF blowing up the house. So sort of all the doctor has done is radioed unit and said, can you kill this monster, please? But they do have a moment of sort of intelligence here where, there's one final problem that they have to solve with their intelligence. And, it's through Sarah's frustration enunciating their problem. And the doctor, the steam, I think, would have burnt his hand through his hat there, but it doesn't matter. They have one final moment where they have to use their intelligence a bit. Which tries to paper over the cracks of the fact that essentially, the doctor's just phoned someone and said, can you end the story for me now, please? But do I mind? I don't really mind. I think not, and it's odd because I write and I like scripts to sort of tie up to plant things at the beginning that pay off at the end. See, it's that jaunty music. Why jaunty? Brilliant model effect anyway, and some stock footage blows up a model, and it's all suggested by a man in a bowler hat and some soldiers hiding behind a tree. But it's it's action packed and it's a great model, but I find it very satisfying when something like a script that's watertight, like The Empty Child, The Doctor Dances, where lots of little things that have been seeded early on get paid off at the end, and it ties in thematically, but it's also clever plot. It's hiding there in plain sight, and it makes you go, and all that sort of stuff tying together, a jigsaw pieced together and fitting beautifully. And sometimes it's a really fascinating, scary, intense, exciting journey, and at the end everything just gets blown up. And I do admire Doctor Who when its scripts do very, very clever flourishes, but this script has so many funny moments, so many tense moments, so many good characters, that if that's how it decides to end, I can forgive it. Now, I would be less forgiving if a story did that, but had done nothing less on the journey that was worthwhile, and actually just had less of even the way that Tom Baker sits there and looks at Sir Colin with that, having been so vicious and unkind all the way through, he is Earth's friend and our friend, and he's a charming presence. Look, and that sort of amused idea that he has of inviting Sir Colin with him, I love it. And the fact that Sir Colin's wife is expecting him home for tea is rather delightful. And of course the TARDIS never came here, so this ending makes absolutely no sense. It's a very silly scene, this, but Elizabeth Sladen's "I'm really cold" acting is excellent, and Tom Baker's just magic. So this is a slightly let's bung on a Scooby-Doo ending or whatever, but she looks cold. She probably is, actually. Have we been here before? Again, I mean, this ending might annoy me, but it doesn't, because I love them both. And they are so good. And even though that ending makes no sense because the TARDIS didn't go there, I don't care. Now, is that me being biased? Or do I have a bias towards this era? Well, odd, because it's not the era I grew up with. My earliest memory is Invisible Enemy on repeat. My earliest proper memories really are bits of season 16, but mostly season 17. So, and the Target novels I read all different eras. So I don't think it's that. I think it's that when I came to the Hinchcliffe Holmes era, having read the books, they were the ones that were the least disappointing in key areas. Maybe is that sounds terrible because I love Doctor Who, and I'm saying, but it was largely disappointing. But I've talked about this before, how one's expectation based on reading the Target novels was such. But the Hinchcliffe and Holmes era are very it's muscular storytelling. There's an atmosphere and a seriousness that I like, but that doesn't mean it's dry. It's never not funny because Tom Baker is so funny, but everybody else seems to know how to behave around him, and there's no most of the performances, and in that there's not a bad performance, I don't think, in The Seeds of Doom. The direction is superb. So the fact that all of those ingredients are so marvelous, it's like having, I like a pizza, and that's like having a pizza with all the absolutely best ingredients on it, but it's just a pizza. But I love pizza and would probably want pizza most days if I could have it. So whereas, yes, The Empty Child, The Doctor Dances may be, a precisely cooked lobster with saffron and handmade this, that, and the other. I like pizza too, and this is a really good pizza. Vegetarian, naturally. So what's my favourite thing of episode 6? Well, we've had Scorby. I think I would have chosen, Scorby's descent, because I think he just ascends beyond, Henchmanville, and is a really interesting character. And I love to salute John Challis, because he's a sort of minor national institution, because he wasn't the star of Only Fools and Horses, but everybody knew who he was, and he was a delightful fellow, and actually, really, really good at, a household name for being a comic character in Only Fools and Horses, and yet proves there, what a great, what great actors some people we know from only one type of performance, see them giving another. And he actually, of course, he had that career where he also played, he started his career playing those sorts of hard men, and there's a reason why. But I love the fact that we have in existence, an example, examples of his range that's just much more than we might than most people who know him as Boycie would credit him for. I suppose. I mean, that model work is superb too. But I suppose. Well, I'm going to cheat slightly, I guess. I suppose for episode 6, I will choose Douglas Camfield. And the reason I can choose him is, one, it's his last episode. Oh, God, that's heartbreaking. He was approached to do the 5 Doctors, wasn't he? But he was already well booked up. Douglas Camfield was a great servant to Doctor Who. He worked on the very first story. We've got his voice on the pilot, when Jacqueline Hill says, "Douglas, hello." But yeah, was pretty much, I'd assumed he was dead. That's a terrible thing, isn't he? Because everyone seemed so old when I was, whatever I was, 10, 11. And people have assumed people are dead and not got them for DVD releases when they were older and wiser than I was later. But let's not get into that. But Douglas Camfield, who actually wasn't old and died far too young, was a brilliant director of Doctor Who. Oh, he was so good. His action sequences are really ambitious and really good. And we know that he loved the military, but what that means is that he was fastidious about making all the military aspects of his productions seem plausible, and that gives a very realistic backbone to the fantastical, which is essential for Doctor Who, and that really helps then, and that quest for sort of quite earthy, gritty realism where it's needed, helps then offset the fantastical and lets the fantastical sort of speak for itself. It's because it's enough of a contrast to the reality that goes on elsewhere. And his scenes drip. He's so good at doing atmosphere, which is sort of just about where he points his camera, but also it means that the actors, and when we do Zygons, I'll probably talk a lot about how John Levine is a different actor when Camfield's there, and it's whatever Camfield does is he's got everybody just taking it that bit more seriously or making it that bit more real, but sometimes sort of rather uncompromisingly so. It serves the character and the plot and the atmosphere, the way that he gets his actors to behave. And he was such a key figure in those early years of Doctor Who. And the fact that he worked with the first 4 Doctors, and the fact that that all of his stories are really well directed. All of his stories are good, actually. Now, isn't that interesting? Because they're all good. I think all of the Camfield stories are, at a base level, competent productions, watchable, good television. Now you can start to pick holes and say, well, that story ends, that script runs out of steam or whatever. But that's when But I think just as presented as pieces of television, as adventures of Doctor Who, he pulls them off, and he pulls them off well, every single one. I think they're all good Doctor Who stories, Camfield Productions, and that's not a coincidence. Now, it may be that they gave, he had to pick of the scripts, or they had to lure him with high quality ones, but he was doing it early on. There's some limp fight scenes in the Time Meddler, and he obviously learnt from that. But we'll talk about David Anderson when we get to the reasons behind that when we do the Time Meddler. But it's still an excellently realised production, and some of the the set design and the external scenes filmed in the studio have a realism and a verisimilitude that other productions of the time don't have. And when we get to Dalek's Master Plan, which is relatively early in his directing career, he's doing extraordinary things. I'm so sad about Douglas Camfield. He was young, and it was at a time when television directors, certainly of everyday entertainment, although he did go on, he did have an illustrious career. He did the Ivanhoe, and he did the television series he did were high end, but people didn't really talk about television directors. I don't think he got a notice in any national papers or anything like that. And I know I obsess about this sort of stuff, and actually it doesn't make any difference to you when you're dead. And I suppose the fact that we remember him now, when perhaps some directors of the time who were more fated because they did more highbrow stuff aren't remembered quite so well because of the way that Doctor Who endures and because of the way that we talk about it. And as I say, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because he stopped being Douglas Camfield in January 1984, and everything after that doesn't make any difference to him. But in my own small way, I find it moving that we can talk about somebody that he did do a couple of events, didn't he? But he was, before I would have ever had a chance to, I was never going to meet. I shared this earth with for pretty much exactly 10 years, yeah, because he died in January 84. I was 10 in January 84. But I'm such an admirer of his, and every time I go back to his work, I cannot believe the stuff that he's pulling off under the circumstances that we know Doctor Who had to be pulled off in. So Douglas Camfield is my choice for part 6, but of course he directed all 6 episodes. But it's his last episode, and I think it's a pretty good one to go out on. And he was excellent. He was a really good director. And so for the whole thing, well, I chose Mark Jones, didn't I? But I've talked about all of the cast. I have to choose the cast. I think it's... I used to play a game with a friend of mine and say, I bet you can't name a Doctor Who story that hasn't got... No, he used to say, I bet you can't choose a Doctor Who story that hasn't got one, slightly subpar performance in it. And I thought he was quite ungenerous sometimes when I go, well, what? Hang on, how about... But I think with this Seeds of Doom, I can't remember what he chose. I think he just went, the butler. And I think he was cheating there, I think, because there's nothing wrong with what the butler does. In fact, the butler is absolutely perfect. Seymour Green is absolutely pitch perfect as the butler. He plays exactly what he has to play with that. And it's not John Aitchison's fault that he's not Nicholas Courtney. I don't think Major Beresford is the most memorable character, but he doesn't do anything wrong. And I think the other performances are all excellent. I think the 3 guys in the base are very good. I think Hubert Rees particularly is really, really good as Stevenson, but they all do a good job there in the base. Those 3 men for very short-lived characters who feel like they're going to be in the whole thing. Kenneth Gilbert does so much more with Dunbar than I think could have been done. Mark Jones is absolutely superb and one of the best Doctor Who performances of all, considering what the part is, which is snivelling factotum who becomes monster. He does so much more with that. I think Tony Beckley, I could have chosen for any episode, that intense, psychotic, villainy that he does, the fact that it's camp without being stupid, the fact that it's mad without being daft. And then, you know, John Challis that I've talked about. Sylvia Coleridge, wonderful colour. She just pitches that just right. It's a lovely comic character. And Michael Barrington as Thackeray, who does the stuffy civil servant when he needs to, but the quite, you know, serious figure of authority where it needs to happen as well. So I'm going to choose the cast for the whole thing and Camfield for 6. But I could have chosen anything. I could have chosen the lighting. I could have chosen the effects. Roger Murray Leach's design is superb. It's really good. It's really good. And I get that if you want to, you can pick flaws, particularly in the resolution of the story. But I just think that the rest of the ingredients are so good that you don't need to. It doesn't matter. The journey is more interesting than the destination in a way. And you know, I think that's happened in other periods of Who history where it's less forgivable because the endings have made no sense and have just been a bit in one bound they're free. That ending makes sense. It's just a bit lazy. Doctor phones for a bomb. But that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You know, what would they have done? Got some sort of weed killer that they dispensed in a clever way. Oh, it just doesn't matter. Have the bomb because everything else is so good. And yes, I understand people who feel it's a bit more Avengers-y than it is Doctor Who-y. But Doctor Who's often at its best when it's not quite the Doctor Who that we expect. You know, Doctor Who that breaks them. Doctor Who is... Sometimes it's the atypical Doctor Who stories, although there's so much of this that is absolutely typical because in terms of the feel of it in the Hinchcliffe era, it feels like a high-end Hinchcliffe Who, but also script-wise, it does... Yeah, it does feel like there are elements of it from another series. So it's a mixture of the absolutely typical and the atypical, and that's quite a nice mix. But also, you know, sometimes when Doctor Who breaks the mold and isn't quite the Doctor Who you expect it to be, is what makes it interesting because it's going against the grain of what the rest of the series is doing at that time, and you go, oh, Doctor Who's being slightly different. I quite like that. The same but different. Is kind of what I like. What's Chris saying? Can you tell I quite like The Seeds of Doom? I love it. I could watch it again now from the beginning and not chunter all the way through it because it's really good. Chris.
And episode 6. Now, in fairness, episode 6 of Seeds of Doom is not very good. Now, this is, and maybe I found this even more rewatching it. I love the start of the story so much, and of course, famously, the Doctor says, you know, he tries to dissuade Scorby from using guns and so on against the Crinoid, and ultimately calls in the Air Force and unit. Sounds Brigadier unit bombs the Crinoid from the air, and it explodes and dies. Hooray! And that's the end of the story. And it's just not a very good Doctor Who ending. It's a real shame that. I mean, you could say, you know, it's been a brutal story, and maybe the Doctor needs to use brutal means to create an end. But it's not very satisfying, and it means that the heroes are kind of left slightly impotent, you know, being attacked by vines inside the house. And you know, I think that there's some good stuff with Scorby. I think we learn a bit more about his mercenary past. There's a few throwaway lines about that, and he does get killed by weeds in a pond, which is a slightly embarrassing end for the poor guy. But and John Challis commits to that. You know, that look, I'm sure that was filmed on a very cold day. So they even that, which is a slightly silly fate, they do go for it. I would say, I mean, I really like the image of the stop motion Crinoid towering above the house, and I almost had this done as a illustration for my wedding. I was going to have the posh country house we got married in with a Crinoid superimposed over it. I didn't quite get around to doing it. But that image of the Crinoid towering above the house really does stay with you and is a lovely image. And the stop motion's great. I think it's more effective at that scale than it probably is in the middle stage when it's a big Christmas tree. So I would really go with that. At the same time, oh yeah, the other thing I love in that episode is the final scene, the trip that the Doctor and Sarah make to Cassiopeia. This isn't Cassiopeia. In their swimming, well, in Sarah's swimming costume, the Doctor, of course, in hat and coat and scarf, but the beach ball. And I know we get 2 more episodes of Sarah in season 14, but that scene on supposed Cassiopeia is kind of the peak of their relationship for me. You know, it's kind of the lasting image I have of them just laughing and enjoying the universe is lovely. But of the two, I think I'll go with the image of the stop motion model of the image of the crinoid towering above the house. I think I'll go with that. Cassiopeia, close second. Minus points for boring resolution and unit being a bit crap. I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't know if Nick Courtney, I think he was unavailable, but I don't know if he made himself unavailable for the story, because it would be such a thankless role for the brig to come in for an episode and a half or so and just be the guy on a walkie-talkie calling in the planes. You know, I'm kind of glad he didn't do it in a way. It's a silly story to just bring unit in at the end like that, and I wish they'd found another way. Composting was great. You know, Chase getting killed in his own compost machine, that's really nasty. And again, the story has that ruthlessness there, and it feels very real, and everybody commits to it properly. But I would say bloody massive crinoid. That's probably the thing. Now, I think you've asked me also for a bonus thing for the story. I don't know. I've mentioned quite a few of them. I think I might pick one that I've mentioned as a second place. I would say, I think because I've not mentioned it. You know, I think Robert Banks-Stewart, actually. I think Robert Banks-Stewart, I think that in particular, not necessarily the plotting, which I think you could still tweak. I think the dialogue, so Robert Banks-Stewart dialogue, that's my bonus point. I think that I think it's some of the best dialogue that a Doctor and companion have ever had. And whether that's, you know, the end of everything, even your pension and so on, all that kind of stuff. And we've talked about, this is Sarah Jane, she's my best friend. I love Hargreaves with his kind of, oh, if you say so kind of attitude. I could play all day in my green cathedral, just act natural. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart had perfect pitch, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think it's beautiful. And I don't care if maybe it was an old Avengers script. I don't care. Doctor Who's always taking things and recycling them, just like compost going into the garden. So I think it's beautifully, certainly in terms of the dialogue, beautifully written, and maybe the wittiest, outside of City of Death, I think it's probably the wittiest dialogue Doctor Who ever had. So that would be my bonus point. Robert Banks-Stewart's witty dialogue. I hope you enjoyed Seeds of Doom, Toby. It's been a pleasure talking to you about it. Hopefully see you again soon on a shoot for a film with me and you. That'd be nice. And I hope people enjoy watching the Seeds of Doom the next time they watch it, because it's bloody brilliant. Bye!
Oh, bless him. He's such a nice man, Chris. He really is a very cheerful and benign fellow, but dogged. You know, he works hard, and when he's got a shoot on the go, he pushes for what he wants to get, but in a very nice way. But he's a top fella. And I'm glad he chose the Seeds of Doom. I feel a bit bad now for not choosing Robert Banks-Stewart, because he's right. Typical of me to choose the cast, but I had to. And I did have Robert Banks-Stewart lurking there, and I was like, yeah, it's a good script. But he's right. And City of Death is a self-consciously quite funny, very funny script. The Seeds of Doom is a dramatic, tense, scary story that has so many funny bits in, none of which take away from the drama. And I think that Chris is absolutely right to pick. And I think that Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart scene is absolutely brilliant and pitched perfectly. And there are so many quotable lines. And Robert Banks-Stewart, like Jeffrey Bergen and Douglas Camfield, is part of that, two story synthesis of styles, which is Terror of the Zygons and Seeds of Doom, which are both excellent. And I think Robert Banks Stewart has a really good ear for Doctor Who. He has a great dynamic between the regulars. His guest characters are all very, very good. But yes, he pushes the drama through, but he never fails to inject scenes with urgency and wit. And it is a really funny script. And I wish I'd chosen Robert Banks Stewart. I had the great pleasure of meeting him. It was at the commentary of Terror of the Zygons, which I didn't moderate, but it was done on the same day as a couple that I did. So I made sure that I had a quick chat with Mr. Stewart, because he's a television legend. And, when I was young, his name was all over the credits of things that were on the telly. So it felt like, there's this guy that did Doctor Who who's doing, big high-end stuff. He created Bergerac, didn't he? Which was a huge show when I was younger. He's a bit of a television legend. I wrote his obit actually for The Guardian, so I'm pleased I got to do that. He definitely deserves credit, because I think it's a superb script. It goes beyond what it does with the story, which is tell an adventure and have an interesting monster and have a great villain and all of that sort of thing. But every shot of Camfield, or every little piece of staging, does a little bit more than is necessarily required. I think Banks Stewart's dialogue and character moments and bits and bobs just add an extra little bit of something. And I think that's why the synthesis of him and Camfield is a particularly winning combination, especially when you've got the backup of Holmes, who I think is simpatico with Robert Banks Stewart. The voice of Robert Banks Stewart and the voice of Robert Holmes seem to me not too different as in the way that Chris Boucher also complements, I think, well, Robert Holmes's writing style and the way that he has characters interact, and the fact that you have this colourful dialogue that isn't camp, these rich characters that aren't that are somehow real as well. I wish I'd chosen Robert Banks Stewart, but I also stand by my choice of that uniform cast and the wonderful Douglas Camfield. It's, and I don't think either of us even got anywhere near Jeffrey Bergen, whose music is, superior. It's a superior Doctor Who score, but there's so much. And the crinoid model that Chris chose, absolutely fair enough. Richard Conway was an excellent special effects guy. Everybody is on the top of their game with the Seeds of Doom. So, yeah, any quibbles, I would happily push them into the composter. And what they would shoot out at the other end is rich and nourishing, and just makes my enthusiasm for Doctor Who grow all over again. So, I liked it in my salad days when I was green of judgment, and I still like it today. So thanks to Chris. Thanks to you for listening. God bless Robert Banks Stewart and Douglas Camfield and Robert Holmes and Tony Beckley, John Challis, Mark Jones, Elizabeth Sladen, those TV heroes that are no longer with us, but will be entertaining us for years and years to come. I love the Seeds of Doom. I love doing this podcast if there are people who want to listen to it, and I hope you loved listening to me loving the Seeds of Doom. Thank you and goodbye. Well, thanks very much for listening to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, which was presented by me, Toby Hadoke, and my special guest was Chris Chapman, who can be found on Twitter at ChrisChapman81. I'm grateful to Chris and to the patrons who make these podcasts possible. They include Andrew Jolly, Paul Jones, Andrew Jordan, Christopher Joyce, Jess Jerkovic, Rick King-Byatt, Andy Kitching, Ashley Knight, Clive Lewis, Guy Lambert, James Lark, Lisa and Andrew, Gavin McLean, Steve Manfred, David Matthewman, Jason Mayo, Russ McPhillips, Stuart Mitchell, Nathan Moore, Ian Morgan, Christopher Newman, Matthew Newton, Graham Knott, Dave Owen, Adam Parkin, Melvin Pena, Jonathan Potter, Kevin Parker, Scott Pride, Dylan Rees, John Rivers, Mark Sandham, Jim Sankster, Keith Say, Graham Slate, David Shepherdson, Stephen, Neil Tate, and Nick Temple. The music is by Dave Gates, the artwork by Dylan Patterson. Having your name read out is but one of the benefits of being a patron. Patreon.com Toby Hadoke is the place to go, and there you can find bonus releases, exclusive content, monthly AMAs, peeks behind the scenes of the various DVD and Blu-ray extras and commentaries that I've made, and also pictures of my dog, but that's just gravy. That's not what he's called. He's called Bernard. Patreon is a way of supporting independent creatives, and I suppose that is what I am. If you like what I do and you would like me to have more time to do it either to a greater extent or better, then Patreon is the place to go. It starts from as little as £3 a month, and there you can also get a 10% discount if you sign up for a year in advance. If you don't want to or can't do the monthly commitment, you can do a one-off payment at any time at ko-fi.com/Toby Hadoke. Same principle, really, but you don't get any of the bonus features there. But if you cannot or don't want to do anything financial, and that's totally understandable, I'm just very grateful to you for listening in the first place, you can go to any of the places that supply these podcasts and give them a 5-star review and a few lines to say what it is that you like about them, in order to make them stand out from the very crowded marketplace of Doctor Who internet content. And it really just helps more people to know of these and then to listen to them, and it makes these endeavours not the pointless exercise that they might seem when one is sitting in a cupboard stuttering and trying to find yet another interesting way of pointing to the various funding sites and ways of publicising one's self-produced material, which is what, he said, breaking down the fourth wall. Can you have that in the audio medium? Maybe you can. Which is what this is. I can be found on social media at Toby Hadoke on Twitter, at Hadoke Podcasts, which is a Twitter feed dedicated just to these podcasts, if you're not interested in the non-Doctor Who stuff that I do. And quite a lot of, as bitter experience has told me, if I'm not talking about Doctor Who, people don't want to know. That's fair enough. Doctor Who's brilliant. I am also on Instagram at toby.hadoke, where I've been experimenting making videos and putting comedy content up and, examples of some of the stand-up I do at my comedy club, Excess Malarkey, which is on Twitter at Excess Malarkey. And I also have a Facebook page, and I have a website, tobyhadoke.com, which is updated with news and links and all sorts of other goodies. So if you can't get enough of me, the internet's full of me. Sorry about that. Now, I always re-record the endings and the titles and closing titles of these omnibus editions just to make them a bit different. It's quite Doctor Who, isn't it, to give different opening and closing titles for an omnibus edition. I mean, it used to be a compromise, I'd say, on the videos and on the UK Golds because people missed out being credited, etc. But this way, the credits are updated to reflect the current patrons or to give different patrons a shout. But also, I think it rewards anybody that's sitting through this again to get something a little bit different. Why not? I don't know. The idea tickles me. It costs me another couple of hours of prep, I should think. But there we go. Than what this was conceived to be, which was just, put out a version that's just a whole lot edited together, which is a quicker release to do. And I've managed to make it take longer. But I was slightly worried that in getting rid of the sort of post-credits bit, I might be getting rid of something important. But the thing is, I don't want to listen to myself because that makes me feel sick. So anyway, I thought as I was doing this, I'll just listen to the post-credits bit just in case I was covering anything important that needs restating. I needn't have worried. I was talking about killing a Budlier. The Budlier, which I think was first brought up during the Silver Nemesis Happy Times and Places. So it is a bit of a story arc in this podcast. The Budlier is well and truly dead. I chopped it all down and I had to sort of kill it at the roots because so it didn't destroy the wall. And I also mused in that post-credits thing, which is still available. The original is still available at the end of episode 6 of the individual episodes of Happy Times and Places. In fact, they each get a post-credits bit. So actually in this omnibus, you get less. But you only get the important stuff. None of it's important. Anyway, whatever. This is what it is. It would be wrong to keep the post-credits bit on in an omnibus. But yeah, that has to go. Sorry. You do lose something when you get an omnibus for the convenience of having it all together. Anyway, I'm amused we had too many white flowers in the post-credits bit of the last one, which was done in 2022, and we did add a bit of colour last year, but one of my raised beds has collapsed. They're homemade, me made, so I've got to fill that with earth, and I've got some dahlias wrapped up because you have to bring them in so they don't die of the freezing cold, and they will be going in, and I've got to move the vegetable patch to a place that's sunnier and move this higgledy-piggledy patio that I did that was from rescued stone to where the vegetable patch was, which then there's a fig tree there, so it would be better to be sort of stony and dry there anyway. But that's the plant news in the current situation at Hadoke Towers. So there's a green-fingered update appropriate to the closing of the casebook of The Seeds of Doom, and I bet precisely none of you care. But that's the price you pay. It's like some anthology series where somebody goes, you go into this weird collector's place, and he goes, and this is the post-credits sequence of Happy Times and Places. Only a fool would listen to it on their own. And somebody goes, well, what could possibly go wrong if I do that? And then you listen to it, and you get bored to death. And not by a bull, I mean tediumed. Have I just created a new verb? I've been tedium. No. Anyway, it's not a verb. Whatever. I've created a new word, tediumed. I've tediumed you to death. Hurrah! But sorry.